itatak oragon sa inmandarhon. Daima padaog sa narok sa may paglaong sa gabos dahil naman ang gandang tunay na tatak na biyuwenyo. Pag sinabing biyuwenyo magaling, siguradong titingalain na mamutawi ang pag-ibig sa iyong puso pagkat ikaw ay isang tunay na biyuwenyo.
Ibang klase ang galing-galing ng biyuwenyo, kayang pagmalaki kahit kanino. Taas noo sa kabutihan ng iyong puso, kahit saan man dalhin ng mundo.
Biyuwenyo, halina't sumabay sa tutugin ng ating tagumpay. Sinaningning ang biyuwenyo, bawat ikaw ang biyuwenyo tayo. Biyuwenyo, halina't sumabay sa tutugin ng ating tagumpay. Sinaningning ang biyuwenyo natin, bawat biyuwenyo tayo. Biyuwenyo, isipin ang galing mo. Talangan ng biyuwenyo, paghusayan mo.
Bawat oras ay lumilibas, galing ng biyuwenyo, hindi kumukupas. Bawat oras ay lumilibas, galing ng biyuwenyo, hindi kumukupas. Galing ng biyuwenyo ay di kumukupas.
Consistent to its vision and mission, Bicol University implements extension programs that provide professional and technical trainings, and other interventions, utilizing science-based knowledge and technologies, with the end in view of empowering people and communities, for social transformation and development. The university's extension operation is guided by its extension manual, which is currently undergoing fine-tuning, aligning it with the provisions of the BU Code of 2016, and most importantly to make it more relevant and responsive to the needs of the service communities. BU's extension agenda in the recent years have been focused more on poverty alleviation, food security, health and education, disaster risk reduction, and environmental conservation. After series of internal deliberations and stakeholders consultation, a new RD&D agenda, which capture the aspirations of Universities 4.0 will soon take effect. Being a comprehensive university, BU has a huge pool of technical experts, with its more than 600 strong faculty members, with expertise along the fields of education, health, arts and natural sciences, business and entrepreneurship, social sciences, industrial arts, fishery and agricultural sciences, engineering and information technology. This diverse expertise of the faculty members enables the university to respond to various technological needs of its clienteles. Here are some of the technologies brought to the communities through the university's extension undertakings. In 2017, EMD organized the Leicester Linking Education to Society through Extension and Research Program, which aims to partner with government and non-government agencies in the region for the common cause of community service. 22 organizations formalized their partnership with Bicol University in a Memorandum of Agreement. Through the Leicester program, DSWDRF05 tapped BU to implement a multi-million skills training program, region-wide. A total amount of $313 million was downloaded to BU, to implement 587 skills training projects for around 27,000 beneficiaries. The implementation of this DSWD-funded skills training program involves faculty members of at least 8 colleges or units of BU, namely, EMD, BUCAF, BUDC, BUGC, BUPC, BUCSSP, BUCE and BUSA. It was also through the Lester program where Filminera, a privately owned and managed mining company, in the island province of Masbate, sought the services of Bicol University for a research undertaking. This project is being implemented by faculty members of BUCS, BUCSSP, the RDMD and the EMD. Likewise, BU has joined the Tsokolate at Pandasal Group, organized by the Armed Forces of the Philippines Bicol. DAP's membership is composed of regional government offices and non-government organizations that regularly meet every month. The group provides support and services to impoverished areas in the region for the purpose of peace and development. BU's membership to this group further strengthens the university's linkages to other member agencies. Over the years, the university has established linkages with international, national, regional and local agencies. The university's banner extension program entitled, Integrated Program for Sustainable Development of Local Watershed Communities, addresses poverty, food security, climate change, and social development concerns in watershed communities, to which practically all places in the region belong. Here are some of Bicol University's best extension projects. The university's ultimate measure of success in its extension undertakings is the positive impact on the social, environmental, and economic well-being of the communities it serves.
This is BU Open University, the premier open and distance e-learning institution in the Bicol region. On November 20, 1997, the Bicol University Board of Regents passed BOR number 24 series of 1997, which approved the setting up of the BU Open University. The objective of the BUOU was to bring the curricular programs of the university to a wider populace of students in the Bicol region. To fully operationalize BOR Resolution number 24 in accordance with the present thrust and direction set forth in the BU Comprehensive Development Plan, Administrative Order number 177 series of 2004 was issued to provide the general implementing guidelines for the operation of the BU Open University. The emphasis of BUOU is to address the educational capability enhancement need of professionals by offering selected graduate programs via distance education. The long-term direction of the BU Open University is to eventually offer some baccalaureate courses in support of regional development. The restructured BU Open University is now mandated to be the degree offering and eventually a degree granting academic unit of the university. It was also given authority by the Board of Regents Resolution number 401 series of 2018, Administrative Order number 347 series of 2019 to expand its programs into offering selected undergraduate courses and non-degree short-term courses needed in the region. BU Open University seeks to provide wider access to quality education, adhering to the highest standards of academic excellence in order to produce trained manpower required for the development of the Bicol region. Specifically, BUOU seeks to provide wider access to quality education by offering degree programs via the distance education mode, establish an innovative system of continuing education of professionals and career development for those unable to avail of the opportunity through the usual traditional delivery mode, and develop instructional materials and technology appropriate for distance education. At present, there is a Distance Learning Center in the main campus of Bicol University at the third floor of the University Library. The Distance Learning Center in the main campus is open to serve students coming from various parts of the region. To better serve a wider segment of the Bicolanos, the BU Open University intends to engage in partnership with local government units and other academic institutions in the region. Under the Administrative Order number 347 series of 2019, specifying the revised implementing guidelines of the BUOU, the office is manned by the Dean and supported by core and affiliate faculty and technical staff to serve as the link between the BUOU and the distance education students. The course modules are the basic medium of instructional delivery. These are prepared by module development teams consisting of writers, readers, instructional design specialists, and language editors. These are drawn from the faculty complement of the university. Other instructional materials like video clippings and the like shall also be used in the process of course delivery. Actual delivery of these course modules is taken care of by the faculty in charge and tutors. Each course or subject has an FIC or course supervisor who ensures the attainment of the objectives of the course and who rates or evaluates the performance of distance education students. Performance of students enrolled in the distance education mode is assessed through submitted assignments, exercises, activities, and supervised examinations. Tutorial sessions are part of the course delivery of the Open University or distance education mode. These are designed to facilitate clarification of topics or issues and ensure informed discussions among module users. The Bicol University initially offers selected
Anak, iya po.
Marhay na aga. Magandang umaga. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the last day of our 3-day webinar entitled International Webinar on Organizations' Resiliency, Inclusivity, and Sustainability. This is your host, Domet Chan Fonseo Vero, sharing a Thursday reminder that success is not final, failure is not fatal. It is the courage to continue that counts. Once again, welcome to our 155 participants, and I do believe that it's still counting. We're also live via Facebook in our Bicol University page. Before we continue our program, we will share our Zoom netiquettes for some reminders. Also, a friendly reminder to our participants to please rename on this format your program or your agency _ your name. This is for our close monitoring of the participants inside our Zoom meeting. Thank you very much for your response to this. Please kindly rename on that format your program or your agency _ your name. For our netiquettes, be professional. Thank you for being on time to our meetings before 8 a.m. There's already a lot of participants in our Zoom meeting. Speak clearly, speak into your mic, slow down, take breaks to check with others. And of course, chat responsibly. We have our chat box here in Zoom. Use chat to ask questions and watch out for gossip. Meeting may be recorded. A friendly reminder that this meeting is recorded. Limit distractions. I know most of us are based at home or working from home, wherever you are. Find a quiet place and check your surroundings. Mute yourself. From time to time, please kindly check if you are on mute. And participate. We highly encourage to participate in our webinar all throughout this day. Also, we would like to announce an upcoming event. And this also serves an invitation, especially to our colleagues, to the participants inside the academe. We highly encourage you to join. We are also live via Zoom and Facebook Live. This is the webinar on Red Signing Leadership and Educational Technology in Outcome-Based and Inclusive Education. So we're looking forward meeting you there virtually on April 29 at 8 a.m. So please mark your calendars and see you on April 29, Saturday at 8 a.m. As we continue our program, we will have our opening prayer and followed by the Philippine National Anthem.
Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for gathering us all today in this important endeavor. We ask that you bestow your guidance and blessing upon each attendee. May we honor one another by keeping an open mind. May we voice our truth and listen with an open heart. Bless everyone present today, that each may be able to share his or her contributions and gifts. Grant good health and safety to loved ones left outside this room, and bestow peace and goodwill to all of us. We ask for your wisdom and grace to use our talents for the betterment of others. May the various activities related to this day be a success through your intervention. With gratitude, we offer this prayer in your name. Amen.
Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
At this juncture, we are pleased to have the ever dynamic and supportive Dean of Bicol University University, none other than Dr. Ramses M. Norino.
Thank you so much, Ma'am Vero. Am I loud and clear?
Yes, sir.
Yes. To our University President, Dr. Baby Boy Benjamin Navres III, the Vice President for Academic Affairs, Dr. Maria Julieta Bores, to the Dean of the Graduate School, Dr. Herbert B. Rosana, to our colleagues in the BU Open University, to our resource persons that will be introduced later. The reason of our existence, our BUOU students and other students, guests from other organizations or agencies, friends, gentlemen and ladies, good morning. This is our day 3 of our international webinar on organizations' resiliency, inclusivity, and sustainability towards environment, social, and governance. Topics includes data analytics, challenges, considerations, and opportunities. Also, the trends in sustainable investing, its advancement and challenges that will be shared to us by our competent resource person. I would like to congratulate in advance our organizers. Special mention to our dashing and debonair overall chairman, Mr. Mamerto T. Rojas, and everly supported by Ma'am Shonikas and the rest of the BUOU Student Council and student organizations. I salute you for this. So in behalf of the Bicol University Open University and the Bicol University community, I welcome you all and enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dean Ram. At this juncture, it's my pleasure to introduce the first resource speaker. Our first resource speaker for today's webinar is an alumnus of Ateneo de Manila University, or ADMU, located at Quezon City, Philippines. With a degree of Bachelor of Science in Applied Mathematics, major in Mathematical Finance, minor in Economics. He is also an Ateneo Freshman Merit Scholar and graduated as magna cum laude with a QPI of 3.86 and a departmental awardee of 2009. He then continued with his graduate studies with a Master in Applied Mathematics, major in Mathematical Finance at ADMI. By June of 2012, he passed the CFA Program Level 3 examination and acquired the CFA Program certification in 2022. With his knowledge and expertise, he has provided analytics services to several trading desks within Treasury, including risk report generation, portfolio statistics, value at risk simulation, stress scenarios, and market and credit data summaries. Currently, he is affiliated with Citibank Philippines as the Vice President for Risk Management. Without further delay, friends, help me extend our warm welcome with a big round of virtual applause to Mr. Monzen Carlo Magliari.
Hi. Good morning, everyone. Can you see me? Okay. There. I'll be sharing my screen. So good morning, everyone. And let me know if you can see my screen. There. Can everyone see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So yeah, good morning, everyone. This is supposed to be like a taste of what data analytics is or can be. With a
Recording in
special
progress.
Thank you. With a special focus on what are the opportunities that are available for everyone. Because to be honest, like data analytics on its own is a very big field. It's both a very small snippet of it will not be sufficient to learn about everything in data analytics. And as I'll show later, there are many facets that you can actually take into consideration when it comes to data analytics. As I was making the slides, I was thinking about a subtitle. The subtitle that I thought about is, why is it misleading to call the entire process as data analytics? Because as you'll see later, it's probably going to be the pivot to the entire presentation. The entire process of data analytics is really, let's call it 5 separate mini processes. And those 5 mini processes are really careers of their own, or like sub genres of their own, as we could call it. So here's going to be the agenda. We're going to talk about a little bit about what data is and what it is not, what data analytics is, and there is some confusion about data analytics versus data science. They're technically different, but in common parlance, they're often they're often substituted against each other. We're going to talk about that a bit, as well as the different subparts of data analytics. I wanted to mention in particular the ethics of data analytics and data science. I really think it's a very important part, which should not be skipped, and it should not be like limited to one slide only, or like only a couple of slides at the end. You'll notice a lot of data analytics like introductions would leave ethics or like what's good and bad about data analytics or data science at the very end. I do not plan to copy them because I believe that it's an important part of what of general knowledge of data analytics. And then we're gonna go a bit into the data tools, which are ever growing and ever evolving. So by like in a couple of months, maybe these data tools section might already be obsolete. But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna show you what is being used in the industry, at least. And finally, a bit about the future of data analytics. So there's this common saying. Harry Truman is known for saying, give me a one-handed economist, because all his economists say on the one hand and on the other hand. So if you're familiar, it's not limited to economics only, but also to other kinds of social sciences, even in the physical sciences as well. There are always caveats. There are always like 2 or more situations. The most common answer that you may hear is it depends. Data doesn't work that way. Data doesn't work in a single track mind. It almost always is a question of on the one hand and on the other hand. So expect a lot of that in this presentation. So for example, what are our first thoughts about data? So on the one hand, our initial assumption of data is that they're numbers, basically. So you've seen data, quote unquote, being mentioned in terms of like stock prices or like financial asset prices, for example. You've seen it in games. That's why you see a bingo board there. You see it in like health statistics, weight, height, demographic data. You see it in sports as well, whenever we talk about data. On the other hand, whenever you think of things that are not data, because data is usually associated with like computer stuff, number stuff. So when you're asked, oh, what's not data? The first thing that comes to mind is like, oh, maybe human-centered things are not data. Thoughts, feelings, emotions, certain subgenres of knowledge like literature or the arts, perhaps is not data. My question is, are you sure? Because as we'll find out soon enough, if you look at them from a certain perspective, basically everything will be data. And what do I mean? So you can actually look at data in two different avenues. Both of these are actually from Merriam-Webster, which is funny enough, gives the most accurate picture of what the general idea of data is. So there's what I call a use definition and what I call a source definition, although you're going to see that they overlap. So quickly, what the use definition is, per Merriam-Webster, is it's factual information, parenthetical, such as measurements or statistics, used as a basis for reasoning, discussion, or calculation. So you'll notice there a lot of items that are specifically highlighted. So per this use definition, it has to be factual. There is some level of factfulness into it. Although it's questionable because you can actually have opinions-based information. Ultimately, though, it has to be information-based. It is some sort of pieces of numbers or pieces of labels. And ultimately, the main center of this definition is that there are a basis for three things. One is that it's for reasoning. Whenever you try to convince someone, for example, that an argument is true, you can use data, you can use data to reason out that, okay, my point of view is correct. It's a basis for discussion, meaning you don't have to have an argument. For conversational purposes only, if you're talking about causes, effects, solutions, perhaps, you can use data as well. And then you can also use data for calculation, meaning it's not your purpose is not going to be the end case. You may also use it as an intermediate step for other kinds of calculations, ultimately perhaps for further reasoning and for further discussion. And then there's the other definition, which I call the source definition. Again, also from Merriam-Webster. Good job from their side. What it says is data is also information output by a sensing device or organ that includes both useful and irrelevant or redundant information and must be processed to be meaningful. So there are multiple parts there, as usual. It has to be an information output. It has to be information that is output by a sensing device or organ. You'll notice there that they come from a different side of that entire process, which you're going to see later below. It includes both useful and non-useful data. So useful, and there are two kinds of non-useful data. It could either be irrelevant or redundant. And the important thing here is there must be a process. It must be processed to be meaningful. So I've kind of summarized the entire step as the diagram that you see below. So there is a particular input structure and there is a particular output structure. This is the entire basis for data, as I think this best demonstrates what data is. There is the input side, wherein both useful signals and irrelevant signals are used as input. You, of course, want to, as much as possible, remove irrelevant or redundant signals, but that in itself is actually a genre of its own, as we're going to see later. And then there's this entire process of like, there is a system that gets the input, processes it, and produces some kind of output. And then the output itself is used for three different things. reasoning, discussion, and calculation. And as you'll notice, even the product itself goes back as an input to other kinds of processes. So the product can be a useful signal. At the same time, it can also be an irrelevant or redundant signal. And the cycle goes back at the start. So you can imagine the use definition being the first half of this. The source definition, I mean, being the first half of this, wherein you get information from a sensing device or organ, and then there is a processing that's involved. And then the second half is your use definition, wherein you produce an output and you use for multiple purposes: reasoning, discussion, and calculation. So in a nutshell, that basically is data. We can actually dig a little bit into what data is by looking at their different types. So generally, when you're talking about data types, you look at them into two distinct categories. There are categorical data and then there are numerical data. In fact, what you saw in the slide 2 slides ago is a general idea of what categorical data might be. You'll notice that the realm of thoughts, thoughts, ideas, feelings, and perhaps literature can fall under categorical, as well as other items that you're going to see below as well. Numerical data is what we typically think of what data is, quote unquote. Anything that involves numbers and statistics would fall under the category of numerical. You can break down categorical into two items: ordinal and nominal. Ordinal just means there is some kind of order that you can implement. Whenever you see data points that wherein there is an item before or after another item, it's generally called ordinal. So for example, letter grades is really the easiest way to interpret this. Because letter grades, if you ignore the numerical counterpart, there is always a hierarchy that's involved. So for example, A is always considered higher, quote unquote, than B. B is considered higher than C, and so on and so forth. You do not know what the difference between A and B is, if there's an even difference between A and B and B and C. But the important thing about ordinal data is that they are ordered. That's it. As compared to nominal data is probably the most, I guess, generic of the data types. They're basically labels. On their own, they are not as useful from a data perspective, but when you combine them or when you count them together, they would become useful. So, for example, if you think of demographic data like sex or gender or ethnicity or religion, a lot of those categories by themselves really do not mean much. Like, for example, is there really a ordinal difference between male and female? So there's none really. Or is there an ordinal difference between different religions? There's really none. You just know that they're different labels. And they become important when you either combine them with each other or when you count them against other kinds of data. So for example, when male and female labels and other genders are useless on their own, but when you use them as like, in a population, what's the percentage of males, females, and other genders, it becomes useful. So you have a, say, 55% male, 40% female, and then call it 15% other demographic, then it becomes useful for further, as I said earlier, it can be for like discussion, for reasoning, or for further calculation. The other side is numerical. It can be divided into two items: interval and ratio. You can also call them discrete or continuous. There are slight differences, but generally that's the counterpart. So interval data are only whole value numbers, and it only makes sense at whole value numbers. So for example, number of cell phones sold is an interval data type. So you can add them, you can subtract them, but there is no such thing as half a cell phone sold, for example, or there is no such thing as, say, one third of a person who enrolled in the university. It's always in terms of whole numbers. And then the other side is ratio or continuous data. Now you add decimal values and fractions, and they now make sense. So for example, weight and time are typically considered ratio kind of data. it now makes sense to talk about 0.6 of a kilo, for example, or maybe 0.8 of a second, or maybe like 0.9 of a minute. So those things make sense now because they are fractional in nature. I mentioned this because determining the type of data would actually determine as well what kind of analysis you can do. I'm not gonna get into it because you can actually look into statistics further to see why these types of data differ. But suffice it to say that the type of data matters as well in terms of analytics. So jumping a bit into what is data science, again, there are a lot of definitions actually to what data science or data analytics is. As I mentioned a while ago, data analytics and data science are normally interchangeable, but technically speaking, they are different in terms of their scope. So if you look at the definition one, I recommend for you guys to check out the Towards Data Science blog because it's a very useful resource when it comes to data science and data analytics. From their perspective, the broader term is data science. So it's a data science project, as they call it. They have three goals. The first goal is to provide insight. The second goal is to establish causality. And the third goal is to make predictions. Kind of like thinking of the uses as you can think of it, of data. And they fall into three buckets: data analysis, statistics, and machine learning. So data analysis is typically where you can provide insight. Statistics is where you can establish causality, especially with the later kinds of statistics. I hope you're familiar with the phrase correlation does not equal causation. And that's definitely true. But there are kinds of statistics when you delve into it that actually attempts to go into the causality phase of the relationships. So that's also possible in statistics. And then making predictions typically falls under the machine learning side, especially when you talk about bigger data sets, as we call it as big data. It would fall under the category of machine learning. But essentially, these three items are related to each other. So the main difference, at least on a technical level, is that data analytics is a subgenre of data science. And when you talk about data science, you're usually talking about all of these three subgenres, one of which is data analysis. And from their perspective, a data scientist is a person who can do all three. So you're gonna have to have knowledge of the three items. What level of knowledge? Well, that depends on what level of the hierarchy you are, or whether you handle a team, or whether you're the individual contributor. A lot of it I will get back to later. As I said, though, that's one definition of data science. There is another definition of data science that's also quite common. It focuses on making data useful, essentially. So the idea comes from you have a bunch of data that is not necessarily useful, but we want to make it useful. The subgenres are the same, but the thinking is a little bit different. I think that's where the difference in definition comes from. In fact, if you look at this screenshot here, there were some kind of general popular belief of what data science is, or like data analytics as well. So in this case, data science in particular, they call it like a data scientist being a statistician who lives in San Francisco, implying that there's a certain location bias as well in terms of like what data science is. Data science being statistics on a map. So there is a particular technological popular belief in data science. Also, there is a belief that a data scientist is someone who is better at statistics than any software engineer, and better at software engineering than any statistician. So there is this implication of an integrative kind of perspective. But you'll notice the thinking is that you're not an expert at statistics, but also you're not an expert at software engineering. You integrate both kinds of knowledge. So while there are differences in terms of like the popular belief as well as the more, I guess, technical belief, they typically unite at certain items that, first of all, they deal with data. Second of all, they deal with processing of data to make it useful. And third of all, it has to be integrative. Like it cannot be just one of the three subfields. It has to be a knowledge of the three fields, essentially. Another way to look at it, and this is my sidebar as to why it's misleading to call it data analytics. The entire process of, let's call it transformation from data to information, or like data to process data, is actually 5 steps generally. This is one perspective coming from certain views. You may have actually seen this as well in LinkedIn or other social media sites, wherein they try to describe what how to transform data into useful information, and they use the metaphor of Legos. So from data collection, you have this pile of Lego bricks, which are good to look at, I suppose, from a philosophical perspective, that it's a pile, but it's not really that useful. So the first step is, the first step is to collect them. You collect the data first. And then the second step is you prepare the data. In this case, it's metaphorized by separating out by color, by shape, by different sizes. So you prepare the data for further analysis. The third step is data visualization. Now you try to visualize, like, for example, what kind of analysis you want to do, or maybe any specific statistics that would lead you to further analysis. So you'll see in the metaphor here that you're now grouping according to like general ideas. So you're now not just grouping by specific type or like arranging them in order, but now you're trying to build a particular story. For example, okay, this group is for this kind of structure, this group is for another structure, maybe they're gonna unite in other items, and so on and so forth. Data analytics, or data analysis in this case, is when you start building these Lego bricks into structures. So each of them separately are actually useful on their own. So you can think of a door as a useful data analytic metaphor. It's useful on its own. Of course, it's just one part of the entire story. The roof, for example, is another useful part. The chimney, the car, the lawn, all of these are on their own very useful already. So actually, if you in I guess in the corporate world, or in real world applications, sometimes people stop at data analysis because they find the output useful already. So whenever you see like because you're gonna see some predictions as well already in this particular phase, people stop here and say, okay, that's good enough, let's move on. As we'll see later, though, it's probably incomplete, and you'll have to go to step 5. Which to me, I think is probably the most important part. Had you forgotten everything else, or maybe you outsource it to someone else, the most important part, hopefully for each of you guys, would be the data storytelling part. Because data storytelling is where you unite all of the particular items, and then you tell a story. In terms of, and when we say story, what we mean is you look at the data, you look at particular trends in the data, and then either you describe the data as to what has happened in the past, or you can describe, you can predict future events. Of course, with the caveat that it's a prediction, so it may fall short, but at least your predictions are now based on data and analysis, instead of just thinking over it for a second in your head. So that's the idea. That's the entire process. And data analytics, in this case, generally is just one of the 5 steps in terms of transforming data into useful information. So yeah, hopefully, like, again, if you're gonna take away anything from this session, it's that data analytics on its own is a very big field. And you can actually think of each of the individual items separately, which is what we're gonna do now, because it's that important. So we frame this discussion in terms of like challenges, considerations, and opportunities, because I'd like to discuss each of them separately. So for example, for data collection, generally the definition is it's gathering data for use in business decision making, strategic planning, research, and other purposes. The main challenges in data collection are whenever you, if ever you have experience in terms of like collecting data, whether through like surveys or trying to get APIs for the data providers, maybe you're trying to get stock prices somewhere, you may have seen one or more of these challenges. And these are definitely important challenges that you have to at least think a bit in terms of how you consider them or how you fix them if they need fixing. So data quality issues, for example, finding relevant data. It's not always easy to determine what data is relevant and to find out where they are. Deciding what data to collect. It's also not straightforward sometimes. For if you're thinking of price data, for example, there are many data where there are many price points that you can take a look at. It has to be a decision on your part which of these data points are important and which are irrelevant or duplicate. Harkening back to our earlier definition of data. Dealing with big data is a challenge on its own because small data allows you to use more tools. Let's call it like the more primitive tools. In fact, typically you bunch Excel as part of the primitive tools already. But if you look at corporate applications, it's actually not yet that primitive. It's actually quite extensive as of yet. There is this saying in terms of the financial markets that and financial modeling, basically, that financial modeling is heavily lifted by a bunch of Excel sheets because it speaks to how versatile Excel is as an application, as well as how slow progress is in terms of the corporate world, in terms of like the financial world as well. If you go to an industry, if you go to a company, you're going to discover soon enough that their most sophisticated models, or a lot of it, if they haven't upgraded yet, are still based on a bunch of Excel sheets because it's versatile enough. I mean, Excel is versatile enough to handle complicated models, but also it's easy enough to be able to for anyone to grasp it, the idea. But then when you talk about big data, when you talk about hundreds of thousands of data points already, when you talk about years of data, the primitive tools become less and less useful. So you now have to think, okay, what kind of tools can I use now to deal with big data? Now you're gonna get into the realm of databases. You're gonna get into the realm of programming tools or analytical tools. Perhaps cloud programming will be important. And then finally, like specifically for survey data, for example, low response is an important item to consider, or is an important challenge. And then in terms of considerations, the data collection methods that you can use are actually plenty. You can use automated data collection functions. You have sensors. You have information service providers, surveys, questionnaires, social media, focus groups, direct observation. So it depends on your use case. Some of them obviously will be not as relevant as others. Obviously, if you're talking about market prices, for example, you're not likely gonna use focus groups or surveys or questionnaires, except if you're trying to look at financial market operations. Perhaps they can become useful, but otherwise, you typically have sources like Reuters or Bloomberg or other data providers. Costings may vary as well, so they're all considerations. You also want to consider like workflow, timing, operational considerations as well, because that's actually the hidden secret. On its own, if you think about how to collect data theoretically, you may not think that, okay, setting up a workflow is as important or considering contingencies is as important. But when you actually operationalize a model, even the data collection step only, you're not going to think of how each of these processes interact with each other. Does the API of a particular data provider sync well with the programming language of your choice or of your preference? So that's going to be your consideration then. But at the same time, there are a lot of opportunities. When you talk about the different steps in data collection, each of them is going to be an opportunity for you to come in. Whether it's in the side of identifying a business or research issue. In fact, on its own, the entire concept of consultancy is, at least one of the pillars, is based on identifying issues. On its own, is actually quite, let's call it lucrative, or quite a big opportunity. So you'll see it's a sub genre, but it's already like a career of its own. In terms of gathering data requirements, you can actually be an expert in terms of determining data requirements, uniting together data providers and data users, on its own, it's actually quite a useful opportunity. Identifying data sets that can provide the desired information. In terms of like setting a plan, a lot of time is not necessarily wasted, but like used to setting up the plan. Because on its own, again, we're now going from the theoretical kind of data collection down to the core or the actualization of this plan. And the actualization part is really the difficult step in everything, but especially in data collection. And then, of course, collecting the available data and begin working on it to prepare it for analysis. The next few steps will actually give you feedback as to whether your data collection is correct or not. Because the next step is going to be data preparation. In data preparation, you're going to realize soon enough that not all data sources are built the same. Even if, say, theoretically, you may think, oh, maybe like Reuters data and Bloomberg data, as an example. Maybe they're the same. Like they're prices anyway. So what? What does it matter? Well, it matters because soon enough, you're going to find out that in the challenges column, one or more of them would appear. These are just like quick asides, but again, these are opportunities on their own for you to like dig deep or dig further. Irrelevant data, duplicate data, noisy data. Noisy data, by definition, is data that has a lot of relevant and irrelevant data at the same time. So, say for example, if you think of real-time prices, sometimes some of the data that you get is not as useful, or you don't want to get, say, second per second data. You want to get minute per minute data. So you may want to remove the noise, for example. Incorrect data types, you're going to be surprised how prevalent incorrect data types is, even in the most sophisticated of markets. Because you'll find out that each of the data providers is purpose-built for particular use cases. So, like as a general example, some of your price data may come in dollars and other price data may come in cents. That's like, you're going to think, haven't they solved that problem already? Unfortunately not, because the main reason is really that each of the data providers is built for a particular purpose. And therefore, in your case, when you're trying to prepare the data, you'll have to be cognizant of what kind of data type you really need. Whenever we're talking about numerical versus string, whenever we're talking about one data type, maybe if you're considering like the number of decimal places that you need, floating versus integer, a lot of those things are under consideration as well. Missing values are a very big thing. In price land, it especially is prevalent in holidays. How you treat holidays, for example, is a very important subgenre on its own, and it's not an easy answer. Theoretically, you might think it's easy, but when you're already there, you're gonna discover real quickly that calendars will be your friend, will be your best friend in terms of like determining how to deal with holidays or missing values. Multicollinearity is a specific, I guess, statistical anomaly or a statistical occurrence that it may or may not be important for your model, but it's something that you want to take a look at. Multicollinearity just means that if you have multiple sources, you're creating a model, especially when you're creating a predictive model, wherein you want to predict something in the future. You may realize that not all data sources are built the same, or they're as important as each other. And in fact, some of them say the same thing. As I guess an exaggerated example, say you have a data source wherein you're counting the number of people. It's a label wherein you're counting whether a person has no hands, one hand, or two hands. And then you have another column wherein you're counting the number of fingers of that person. You're going to realize soon enough that the number of hands and the number of fingers are correlated, or they're obviously, if a person has two hands, it's almost always that he's going to have like 10 fingers, for example. That's I think the general idea of multicollinearity is that if you try to put both of them in the model, your model is not going to be as useful as you like. So therefore, you want to treat it. Outliers, for example, if there's a very big number in your data set or time series, you have to ask whether it's important to include it or if you want to exclude it. So it's a definite challenge. An acceptable format, if you have too many dimensions in your model, meaning you have too many variables, or you have too many categories as well, it's a challenge. The consideration is that these challenges on their own, they're not really signs of like data that you have to throw away immediately. Because depending on your use case, you may want to define like which of them are actually relevant to you, or which of them are really like trash data already. And generally, there are like say statistical definitions that you can use. Again, they're going to be guides because ultimately, judgment calls are inevitable. You will have to decide which kinds of data will be important, which data types are important, and which like quote unquote questionable data points you have to accept because, for example, they're really representative of actual data. At the same time, your opportunities, each step again is an opportunity. The question is, if you want to specialize, where do you want to specialize? You can specialize in the realm of cleaning data. You can specialize in the realm of labeling data. Also, you can specialize in terms of validating and, as you'll see later, visualizing data. So that's for data preparation. Now we get to the next step, which usually comes hand in hand with data preparation as well, data visualization. Generally, the representation of data through use of common graphics, maybe charts, plots, infographics, and even animations. So the challenge is, again, now we're talking in terms of in the realm of charts or in the realm of graphs. So the challenge has become whether or not these graphs make sense. So for example, if you have a lack of data visualization literacy, so if you choose the wrong chart type, if you choose misleading data points, if you choose cluttered graphs, for example, now we're trying to get into the psychology of the person looking at the chart and seeing, okay, what's useful to a person and what's not. Oversimplification is an issue. Balancing between beauty and understanding. There's you can create the most beautiful chart, maybe with like color composition is great. It's like an art painting on its own, but then it doesn't convey any information. So it's also useless as a tool because ultimately, again, you'll have to remember that all of these are for the main purpose of interpreting data is what you want to do. Implicit bias can be part of challenges in data visualization and the inevitability of visualization. Later, when we get to the final step, which is like the data storytelling, you're gonna realize that we're always talking to people, and depending on whose people these are, you'll have to create some kind of visualization in the end because it's not just using like rows and rows of data, even if they're already processed. It's not going to be useful. In terms of consideration, for example, you're gonna balance like dashboards that you create. Dashboard is just a generic term for a group of charts that you present at the same time. You're gonna have to balance between idea generation, idea illustration, and visual discovery. So which of these three do you want to focus on? Or maybe you want to focus on a mix of two. It's rare that you can focus on all three because they all have different types of say graphs or charts or visualizations that you can use. If you want to discover other kinds of information using the same information, you're gonna want some kind of like cross chart, for example. But if you want to illustrate an idea, then you want some kind of illustrative kind of data charts, line graphs, even pie charts sometimes are more useful. Opportunities. When you take a look at what a good dashboard allows you to do, that's where your opportunities will come in. So if you're trying to like highlight risks, identify new opportunities, process huge networks of data, quantifying change or frequency happening over time, these are where your opportunities would lie. So if you, for example, think that okay, you're more set up in terms of like interpreting data and transforming them into useful graphs or charts, maybe this subsection is the perfect type for you to specialize on. And later we're gonna point out certain tools that you can actually learn that you can use for data visualization. Now we go into the meat, data analysis. Again, I said earlier, it's a very broad category. If you try to search for information on the net, it's probably a bit more difficult. But again, just look, the practice of looking up more information is actually useful on its own. So generally, when we talk about data analysis, we're talking about converting raw data into information that's useful for decision making. You're now talking about actual creating of the models or creating of like the statistics that you're going to use for models, and then getting results in terms of like predictions and summaries that are useful. So the challenges again, the challenges in the data analysis step will actually will actually be gotten from the other steps as well. Like when we talk about challenges in collecting data, that's also your challenge in data analysis, because when you're at that step already and you realize that, okay, you missed out on a particular data set or a data point, you'll have to go back to data collection. So all of them are going to be linked back to their individual steps. Selecting the right tool, consolidating data, the data quality is going to be important as well. Bad data quality means bad model. Good data quality model. Good data quality allows for a good model. Of course, it doesn't imply a good model, but it allows for a good model to be created. And then, of course, data analysis comes hand in hand with data visualization, because visualization on its own may actually produce insights that you can use for further analysis. And then the other challenges specifically for data analysis is that you want to build a data culture among your, well, we call it employees, but like among team members or among participants. Because if only a handful of people are concerned with data analysis, that would mean that the rest would probably be resources that could have been used to provide more data. And at the same time, if say there's a culture of, say, sloppiness in terms of preparing their own data, when that data comes to you, you're going to realize that the data sets that like a culture of sloppiness provides is not that useful for analysis. There is this term called garbage in, garbage out, essentially. So if you get bad data, again, as I mentioned earlier, bad data is almost always equal to a bad model. So the building the data culture is really important. And then data security is going to be important, especially when you talk about the ethics of data analysis later. We're going to talk about security and privacy as well. The consideration is, or how, or if you ever want to separate out data analysis from the entire workflow. I probably think that's the greatest consideration, because deciding whether you want to integrate data analysis into the other parts or whether you want to separate it out, maybe call it outsource or maybe use a dedicated team, is going to define the entire workflow for your purposes. So that's definitely a consideration that you want to think of. And then the opportunity, generally I call it like the knowledge of data analytics is really less important than experience in doing data analytics. So the opportunity is really for you guys to actually start doing data analytics. I'd say probably that's the most important part. And then we're going to see later like specific tools that you would want to use. And then finally, as I mentioned, this is probably the most important part. If you, for example, if you don't want to specialize in any of the subsections or the subparts a while ago, at the very least, you have to be concerned about. Ultimately, what is the purpose of data analytics? Data analytics will always be tied to a business purpose or a business use case. So what are the challenges? So now we're talking about the people that are involved in their process. All this time we're talking about like you're the person who's doing the data preparation or the data collection or the analysis. Now we're involving other people. So the main challenges really is if your senior management has needs or constraints, and you have to balance them against stakeholder needs and constraints. That's really the biggest challenge when you're now talking about data storytelling. You now have an audience essentially, and the audience will have their own perspectives and their own constraints and their own needs. You have to balance it against the needs of your multiple stakeholders, like data providers, digital infrastructure builders, external tool providers. Perhaps if you have a risk management wing, you'll have to consider them as well. And then generally, the concern of the employees would be of an important matter. And a model will be useless unless there are either people or systems dedicated to processing that workflow or executing that process. So now we're talking about how to actually build that process and how to actually execute that process. Your considerations, of course, is if you have senior management as part of your stakeholders, what do they add to the picture? Do they give requirements or constraints, or perhaps even opportunities? That will be dependent on your own use too. Again, they would also influence the first four processes that we talked about a while ago. Each of these first four processes do not live on their own. They live in a world of stakeholders. They live in a world of, I guess, real people, as you'd call it, because they're not going to be living on their own. Essentially, data collection, for example, will need a certain number of resources or a certain number of people, and therefore the question becomes: are those people available? Data preparation, data visualization, and the analytics proper will need resources, people, contingencies, and stuff like that. At the same time, when you're talking about data storytelling, there are opportunities that are available. When we talk about data storytelling, either you can think of a one-person data storyteller, if you think that the project is small enough such that one person can do the data collection, do the analytics. Definitely that's possible. Almost always though, when we're now talking about like big projects or like meaty or significant projects that involves multiple data sources, data storytelling really becomes a more managerial role. I even say it's a natural managerial role, because this is the point where you need broad knowledge, wherein you're connecting management needs and stakeholder considerations, as well as the project itself. So that's the gist basically of what data storytelling is. You'll have to consider your audience, in this case, your stakeholders. A particular big section of that stakeholder base is going to be management or senior management. And that's where you're going to have to deal with their constraints or resources against the constraints and resources of your stakeholders. So that's generally what storytelling involves or entails. That ends like the first section of the data science consideration in terms of like the general footprints. Any questions at this point? Maybe you could think of the questions as well right now, and then hopefully in the Q&A section, you can think of all of those, and then we can have a discussion as well. While we're thinking about data science, as I mentioned earlier, I wanted to dedicate a very significant portion of the time to actually talking about the ethics of data science. Again, as I mentioned, if you look at other presentations, they typically leave this at the end. They leave this as like a final thoughts kind of slide. But in reality, whenever you're creating a data model, you're, again, as I mentioned earlier, you're not living on your own. You're not living in a vacuum. The data that you collect comes from actual use cases or actual people. The models that you create actually use resources, and at the same time, the results of your models or the results of your analytics also influence others. And it comes in two general camps. Is your data collection ethical? Like, data collection is really so important that a whole subsection is dedicated to just data collection. There are concerns of privacy. There are concerns of the number of people that you're collecting the data from. And at the same time, the other side is the data model itself. Are they ethical? So I show here two comics from XKCD just to show the inherent biases in terms of data models. So one general bias comes in if you if you just stare your data hard enough, you're gonna produce a model. So that's the first panel here. So what if your answers are wrong? No, just steer the pile. In that case, what steering the pile means in terms of analytics is you just test out different statistical models and something will pop out, which is a big no-no when it comes to data modeling. You have to have a purpose first, and then if your results are not sufficient, you do not necessarily go back to your data set. It's both wrong, and I guess it's also unethical in terms of producing results. And then another big part is the different biases that are involved in data modeling. The other panel that I show here from XKCD is talking about selection bias. They're talking about who are familiar with selection bias at a statistical conference, and then obviously everyone's raising their hand because you're in a statistical conference. So obviously you cannot conclude based on this that everyone is familiar with selection bias based on like a small sample or like a very concentrated sample. You can even call it a biased sample in that case. So what we're going to do in this section is to talk about several principles of data ethics. This has been thought about or discussed a lot of times already, but it's actually very good to discuss them like over and over, because this is where these are the points wherein pitfalls will appear, and where data that would have been good turns out to be bad because the way you either collected or interpreted data turned out to be unethical. You have principles of ownership, transparency, consent, privacy, currency, and openness. We're going to discuss them separately as well. So for example, you have ownership. So ownership generally, the principle is that individuals should own their own data, as you see, we used own like in two different definitions here. The general consideration is that who has the rights and duties over their own property. And the general good or promising example, I'm not, of course, saying that it's 100% good. It's just at least pointing at the right direction. If you're familiar with what the GDPR or the I think it's the Global Data Protection Regulations of the European Union are, it's important in that they focus on ownership or who owns the data. Because on the other hand, if you don't think of ownership, you're gonna have this idea of it's your firm, therefore it's your data. Doesn't matter where you collected the data from. If there is no clear definition of who owns what, there's gonna be this natural conclusion of okay, so the firms themselves own the data, which is wrong, definitely. And why is this important? I show here a particular slide from again XKCD, wherein they're talking about the great thing about digital data is it never degrades. Of course, the irony is that if you look at the panels, they're actually degrading. But the general idea still stands that we've evolved to a particular state wherein if you try to keep data, even if it degrades very, very slowly. So that the question of ownership becomes more and more important because we're talking about, say, 200 years from now. Who owns your age, sex, location, demographic data? If it's not defined that you own that data, then it's going to be stored in a server somewhere. And that server will be active for even, say, hundreds of years, or maybe even thousands of years if technology catches up that fast. And the question is, so you're not there anymore to actually influence the decision. So that data is now owned by the firm. Again, our bad example being it's our firm, it's our data approach. And what you want to do is at the outset, already define who owns what. So that's the concept of ownership in a nutshell. So then the next part is about transparency. Transparency here, meaning a transparent access to the algorithm design used to generate aggregate data sets. So you want to make sure that your data modeling is also transparent enough. Biases can be integrated into algorithm design, resulting in systematic oppression. Again, since models basically repeat what they basically like what do you call this, synthesize or like implement whatever is in the data set already. They don't they don't produce data or information out of thin air. This is essentially what it's saying. So if there are inherent biases in your data points, these biases will come into the models as well. And transparency is very important. And now, if a good example of how transparency can be done well is through like links to how newspaper organizations do it. Say, for example, The Guardian. If you try to follow this link, they clearly define why your data matters to The Guardian, which is a UK publication, essentially. So again, if you recall earlier, we talked about GDPR or the data protection regulations. A lot of the old offshoots of that is that typically a lot of European companies have already either followed that or even went ahead and did their own data protection regulations already. So a result of that is like transparency. The bad example, if you don't do transparency right, is, for example, you're going to have industry data that's just going to be passed around. So, for example, airline industry data, since the concept of transparency is not actually protected, they're now being this data is now repurposed for profiling and managing security risks, which can be considered a good thing. But the problem is if the process is not transparent enough, you're not going to know that you're using data from one source and that your data is being used for another source. And what are the implications of this? The implication is if you do not have transparency, trust is going to fall. So if you look at, for example, say, this is from the Harvard Business Review, they conduct surveys in terms of like which parts of which industries do you trust your data with? You'll notice that the highest percentages come from generally those industries wherein transparency is important. Transparency in this case, we were talking about transparency between you and the industry or the company that you're providing the data to, not necessarily against each other. That's going to be a separate section later. Primary care doctors, payment or credit card companies are generally considered highly trusted. Of course, this is a 2015 survey, so you'll have to take that into consideration. But otherwise, this is still generally true. E-commerce firms, for all their, I guess, evils in terms of like promoting this culture of consumerism, in terms of data, at least, they're considered to be trustworthy enough to provide your data with. If you look at the lower end of the scale, you'll see social media firms are like 50-50 in terms of trust. And you've seen reasons why. If you're familiar with the Cambridge Analytica scandal with Facebook, if you're familiar with all of the data leaks that have been happening, if you're familiar with like reports of how like your data is being sold everywhere, all of them, like a majority of them, come from social media firms. So therefore, you're gonna see your trust levels plummet. So no transparency almost always means less trust. That's the implication of having no transparency. And therefore, that's why transparency, even in your own small model, you may want to take a second or two to think about how transparent you want to be. And you want to lean towards more transparency where possible. Okay, next is consent. So we've talked about how data is used, but at the same time, there's this idea that you don't necessarily want your data to be used for all purposes. You want to consent as much as possible. So informed and explicitly expressed consent to whom, for when, and for what purpose is your data being used. Again, your consideration is that you want that consent to be freely given. It's not coerced. It's specific, like for this purpose, informed and unambiguous indication of the subject's wishes. Again, if you're familiar with how your mobile data or your mobile phones work, you're pretty familiar with how consent works as well. If you check like an end user license agreement screen, you're pretty much involved in that consent conversation. Of course, the question becomes: is that really consent? If you're reading like long EUAs or long consent forms, that's questionable. But in this case, a good example really is, I think one of the items that are considered like gold standards is dynamic consent. This is where like there's an ongoing engagement. It's not just like, it's not like if you're going to a website and then you click on a screen once and then it's already done. the concept of dynamic consent really is that whenever there is a significant transaction that's happening, you want to continuously be engaged in giving consent. Like it's not a one-time thing. You always have to consider like, okay, maybe this situation has greater or lower gravity in terms of the user. So you want to get consent appropriately. And the bad example, and this is quite interesting to me as well, is the idea of dark patterns. What if you'll see the screen here, you'll notice a typical ad actually. It's an ad to get newsletters or exclusive coupons. You'll notice the options here. For example, of course, you have the field where you get the email address. The first option says sign up. Actually, it's a wrong spelling anyway, but the first section says sign up to get the coupon, and it's in a bright yellow button. It's like easily accessible. And then at the bottom is it's an option that says no, I don't. I like paying full price. This is called a dark pattern because even if it purports to give choice or to give options, it actually it actually coerces the user to go towards one option over the other. So you can obviously see which one of them is more useful, or like more desired from the company perspective. They want you to sign up, and then therefore not choose the other option, which is like a very small font here. And even their text is like implying that, oh no, you're creating you're choosing a bad option. Do you really want to pay full price? But then, of course, that's not necessarily your consideration. So this is called a dark pattern because it's dark in the sense that it's not as obvious. Obviously, you're not gonna see companies declaring out loud that don't choose this option at all. It's like it's just a pattern on its own that you don't want to choose this. Where we're saying that, oh, maybe you can choose it, but we don't want you to choose it. The option is there, but please don't click it, essentially. And then typical of these dark patterns are timers, for example, wherein you're forced to choose within 1 minute. Oh, there's a deal. Oh, it expires in 1 minute. Choose this deal now, or else you're gonna regret it forever, or something like that. Researching on dark patterns is actually quite interesting. So I'd encourage everyone to look it up. And you're probably gonna see dark patterns everywhere. Again, these are all under consent. Dark patterns do not allow you to provide consent. You are coerced to choose an option that you may have not consented to. Therefore, it's something that you want to consider as well, even in your own small models. Are you really allowing consent in the picture? The next common, I think this is probably when we talk about ethics recently, we usually talk about privacy. It's a very big topic. So I actually lead everyone to look at like the graph on the graphic on the right. There are a lot of opinions about internet privacy. It's really like for every opinion or for every perspective there's probably an opinion on internet privacy, from like the philosopher to the conspiracist to the nihilist, and eventually to like considering that no, the data is just imaginary, or like I don't care about it. They're all different perspectives on privacy. And is any one of them right? I think it's a question for you to answer. But the most important part is that you allow everyone, whatever their perspective is on privacy, to actually act on their privacy like perspectives, or act on their privacy preferences. Because the consideration is that from a company perspective, or like from a model perspective, it is really possible. It's actually possible to extract the value of data without compromising privacy. This is counter to like the bad example that I show here, because there is this view, which is still prevalent today, that privacy is a limitation to data usage. Think of it this way: the interpretation really is that, oh, so if you want to focus on privacy, that must mean that you allow for less data to be collected. Less data to be collected must mean that your models are weaker, and therefore you're going to provide a weaker model, or like bad conclusions, in fact. So it's the conclusion is going to be privacy on its own is unethical, which is probably the wrong perspective when it comes to privacy. Because if your model is weak enough that removing certain unimportant parts will cause your model to fail. Perhaps it's a sign of that your model is weak rather than privacy being bad. So we might want to consider that. So if you're talking about, so if your model, say for example, needs personal identifiable information, PII, as it states, like you need social security numbers or like SSS or GSIS numbers or tax identification numbers for your model to work. Perhaps your model is wrong. Like 99% of the time, your model is wrong, unless you're really like a bad actor, for example, and that your purpose really is to just get TINs or SSS or GSIS numbers. Then more power to you. But 99% of the time, your model therefore is wrong. The good example, again, usually it comes from the European Union in like the promising example section. They have this concept of the right to be forgotten, wherein this is the ultimate, I guess, in terms of like privacy and also in consent, wherein not only do they allow for privacy to be considered, whether you want to release more or less data, they allow it to change. Meaning in the future, if say you decide to, if say you think na, okay, I am now more private than I was say 5 years ago, so I want my data to be forgotten. The European Union actually considers this as possible. It's actually a natural occurrence, and therefore they give that right, and they ask companies to actually implement that right. So, say in Google searches, in Facebook, Facebook posts, for example. The bigger question then would be like, what if you have other friends of yours who post your pictures, or like you have other data providers who like maybe they don't have your data specifically, but they have your data in aggregate. So maybe you're a point in 10,000. Do they then delete that data point? It then affects your model, because if you now have like, instead of 10,000 data points, you now have, I don't know, 9999 or 9998 data points. It may be small, but depending on your model, it may also be significant. So those are your considerations as well. Generally though, we should not fall into the trap that privacy is bad per se. Because privacy itself is a human choice that you have to respect and consider. Another item is currency. So financial transactions resulting from the use of data and the scale of transactions. So we hopefully you're familiar with the quote on the third column. If you're not paying for the product, you are the product. Hopefully that's a quote that you are familiar with already, because for free services, especially like Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, or any of the news sites that allow you to look at the item for free or look at the article for free, it's really not free. And I'd probably direct you to the bottom part. There have been studies as to determine like how much is data worth, and it's really difficult to determine the worth of data, to be honest. Typically, the worth is going to be what companies allow it to be paid. But there have been studies in terms of like looking from the other side. So what are consumers willing to pay to either for data privacy or to give away data privacy? So you'll notice here that there's a very, very big gap. So for example, generally, if you're talking about data privacy, this study says that people are willing to pay $5 a month for to ensure data privacy. On the other hand, though, if the question then becomes like, okay, what if the situation is reversed? What if you're now being given money in order to give away your data privacy? You're gonna realize that people have a very high threshold, so they're not willing to pay as much as they're willing to accept to give away their data privacy. So imagine the situation where you're only willing to pay $5 to ensure data privacy, but then you're gonna accept, you can't accept anything less than $80 if some company says, okay, we're gonna use your data. So generally speaking, these numbers have to be close to each other in order to quote unquote make sense. But you realize that this actually is an indication of how far like the perceptions of how much data is worth is still present in your universe. So the idea is that there needs to be more education in terms of like how much data is worth to everyone. The good examples really are when companies disclose how they monetize your data. That's really the best way. And then you get to decide whether that's good enough for you or not. Um, that's really the general idea in terms of like currency. And then finally, there is this, maybe we can call it like an emerging principle of openness. Generally speaking, if you think about data providers, you generally think of them in the sense that, okay, before you get their data, you have to pay. And also, if you get the data, it's gonna be a limited use case. And for anyone who has like experience in getting data from another provider, this may be familiar to you whenever you suddenly have to sign a long waiver form, for example, or you have to, I guess, promise that you're not going to use it for any other purposes other than the intended purpose. This should be familiar to you guys as well. The thought is that in this, I don't know, like some call it extreme. I really call it like a normal kind of like normal consideration, wherein data should be freely available and should not have restrictions that would prohibit its use, such as copyright laws, for example. Really, models are dependent on how much data is available to them. Ultimately, the idea of big data is only possible because you now have trillions and trillions of data points that you can collect. I think you may have also read somewhere that big data has been exploding because of the Internet of Things. Because you can now track, for example, what the contents of someone's refrigerator is, for example. They can track social media posts and see where data is. The idea is that and you're going to realize that this is actually, this may be counter to the other considerations, but later, sooner enough, there is this particular use case where an openness is clear. But the idea again is big data would not have exploded if data had been less open. The Open Knowledge Foundation, for example, is a good example of how these setups or how this consideration is being done like well. If you look at the like small graph here, the idea is that while in reality, of course, data would still be like closed or of a form of data, there's this idea of open knowledge, wherein you can actually move towards a scale of from open data, open source, open information, and ultimately from into open knowledge or open analysis. And then there's also a scale wherein from free or gratis, you can actually think of it as like the ultimate kind of openness is libre, or actually free to use. Free to obtain to free to use are quite different terms. But ultimately, they all fall under open knowledge. The compromise that has been built in over the years is generally in the realm of aggregated data. I guess there has been a consensus, not a big consensus, but like a small consensus, I guess, in terms of a small item, that at least in the aggregate, people can think about open data in the aggregate. So maybe data points can be used, not identified individually, but maybe in aggregate, you can open them up to more users. Because the bad example is that whenever you have copyright protections that have not been upgraded or updated to recent considerations, perhaps that's when openness fails, or that's when openness is not respected. So that's the idea of openness. Again, typically, you're gonna see all of these sections like shunted off to a final example. But what we're doing here is, in as much as the steps of data analytics is important, the ethics of data analytics is also important. And from a practical matter, in fact, if you're looking at a career related to data analytics, considering a career in ethics in data analytics is also a big field. It's as important as like building the data analysis itself. Is the saying, I guess. Moving on to data tools. So now we've talked about the steps themselves. We've talked about the ethics. A significant portion of our discussion has been about ethics. Now we're talking about the data tools that are available. This is just a sample, obviously. Like you're gonna see some familiar items here. You're gonna see Excel is still here, despite all pronouncements of its death. all of those pronouncements are basically premature. Excel is not yet about to die, especially in the corporate world. So like a knowledge of Excel is still like valuable. At the same time, if you want to protect yourself, future-proof yourself, you want to take a look at the other aspects as well. And ultimately, depending on like what your specific focus is, you want to focus on one or more of these technologies. What do I mean? As I presented earlier, you have different steps in terms of the process of transforming data to information. Depending on that step, you have specific tools that you want to take a look at. I'd probably say that the step of data collection is probably the most diverse of the steps, because the question is, where do you what kind of data do you want to collect, and that therefore would determine what kind of tool that you want to use. So in the data collection step, for example, you can take a look at automated survey tools like Google Sheets. You can take a look at optical character recognition tools if you're dealing with like PDFs or like microfiches or basically old documents. You'll want to focus on optical character recognition. You know those if you've ever used that function before in PDF, wherein it's a text and then you try to interpret what that text says. Sometimes your PDF file gets interpreted correctly. Sometimes it's not as interpreted correctly, but it's a tool essentially. And then you have data miners or data scrapers of web pages. That's also part of data collection. You have APIs of data providers. Say, for example, if we're talking about the financial world, Reuters, Bloomberg, MSCI, Refinitiv, those are your typical data providers, and then they provide APIs. And then these APIs, of course, cannot be used on their own. You typically have to have an extractor, say SQL, Python, or there are other languages as well. And even Excel can be considered an extractor, because more and more these data providers, they allow like subtools or like add-ins that allow a person to get data from their own database. And of course, if you're talking about like a very big workflow, like you're talking about multiple sources, IT infrastructure cannot be avoided. You have if it's handled by like one person or multiple persons, there has to ultimately have a system that processes all of these data collection steps. Again, each tool represents a separate opportunity or even a career path. You can focus on each of them separately. And it will probably lead you to multiple years of career experience, to be honest. In the data preparation phase, you have what we're gonna call them data engineering tools now, because what you're doing is you're preparing data to be useful later on. SQL, Python are usual examples of data engineering tools. Essentially anything that you use to program or to analyze. Excel, statistical tools like SPSS or SAS are also useful sometimes in this particular step. Data visualization, typically when we talk about graphs and charts, the default answer is going to be like Excel graphs and charts. But I guess in the past, maybe like past 10 years, there have been data visualization software already. The idea being that the use case for data visualization has grown big enough such that software that's dedicated to data viz is actually useful. So Tableau and Power BI are typically the tools that are used. Again, focusing on one or the other would actually give you an edge in data visualization. Data analytics, you have, again, basically any programming language would be useful. Python is really the most common in terms of the corporate world. I am aware that in the academic world, for example, R may be more familiar, but you'll have to be ready to transition from R to Python if you plan to work in the corporate world. Or to like handle corporate data, because almost always like Python is considered to be the more flexible, the more flexible data point in terms of, or the more flexible programming language when it comes to corporate data, or like when corporate considerations are being considered. Data storytelling. Now, when we talk about, again, as I mentioned, data storytelling is really integrative. So generally, you'll have to have a high-level knowledge of all of the above. What do I mean? Because when we talk about data storytelling, depending on the use case or the restrictions or the constraints of your stakeholders, management, data providers, and all of that, you'll have to have knowledge of which tools are relevant for your purpose. So obviously, for example, if you're talking about a market data model, automated survey tools may not be as reliant or as useful. But again, it's if you're even if you're not a data collection expert, even if you're just the high level person, you have to know to exclude certain tools already at your disposal. You have to be aware of like the general use case of these tools, and then which ones are useful, which ones are not useful, which ones work well with each other or do not work well against each other. Those kinds of perspectives. So a general knowledge of all of these tools has to be a requirement for a data storyteller, essentially. And other tools, we're going to talk about some of them in the features section, or future of data section, but a lot of them are going to be important as well. When we talk about cloud computing or cloud programming, a lot of these tools allow for you to for your data to be stored in the cloud, much more data, and then analysis would be also done in the cloud as well. Things like Google Cloud Platform, Azure, Click, Hadoop, Apache, or Apache Spark, I suppose. They're all considered notable names, I guess, in terms of integrated tools or like cloud tools. So again, if you want to spend time in terms of learning each of them, it's probably going to be useful in your future considerations. So again, the suggestion really is you can find a step to focus on, and then therefore you can focus on the tool that's necessary. So a bit on the future of data analytics. So we have the present situation. Actually, in fact, some of the future situations are already like the present situation. But how does it look like in terms of what data analytics would look like in the future? Maybe like 5 to 10 years from now. So for example, at present, we're talking about static collection. But in the future, even now, we're now talking about daily to real-time collection. So we're now talking about millions. So instead of like just thinking of the number of days in a week or in a month, we're now talking about the number of seconds in a week or in a month. That's how much data is necessary. Before, the step of data collection and analysis are separate, but more and more, these steps are being done at the same time. The analysis is done real time as you collect data, and it's also more and more automated. At the same time, while in the past or like in the present, the problems may be more manageable. In the future, the more data points that you collect and the more real time that you do your analysis, you're gonna have bigger problems in terms of data quality, data observability, data governance. A lot of them have to be considered. So with more gain comes more pain. Right? I guess more pain, more gain is the typical comment there. In the past, you may have manageable or static storage. Typically, you just store it in a computer, your data sets. In the future, that's probably not going to be possible. If you're now talking about years and years and millions of data points, you're going to have to consider either large storage or very large storage, or ultimately, it's going to have to be cloud storage. That's part of your considerations. In the past, or maybe currently, if you are considering different data types, you may be thinking of them in terms of different handling. But in the present, or like in the future as well, you have to consider like ideas of wherein these multiple data types are in one infrastructure. If you want to research on data lakes and data meshes, they are usually the things that are being talked about when we're talking about the future of like data architecture or data infrastructure. So, and then if at present data is centralized or in-house, the future consideration is this is probably not going to be the structure of the future. Data lakes are going to be the structure of the future. I guess in a short sentence, data lakes are basically like any database that houses a lot of different structured data. So they're now not of the same structure; they're of different structures. In the present, if we're thinking that code is king, or basically like the persons who can analyze data are the ones who can know code. That's still true in the present. In fact, for example, when we're hiring in Citibank or in other corporate instances, typically we do look for data. We're typically looking for programmers nowadays because a lot of the analytics has to do with programming. And then the tool itself will depend on the company. I think Python has typically been the most common use case. But in the future, there's this idea of the no-code or low-code solution. You can think of it as like when you first started Windows. For those who are, I think, old enough, you may have experienced like Windows, the Windows version that's all open, that's all line code based or line based, wherein you had to type the code themselves. And then, if you remember the progression, it eventually turned into like a graphical user interface, wherein instead of typing lines of code, you're now clicking on buttons or clicking on applications using a mouse and keyboard. The same revolution is happening in data analytics. While nowadays, currently, you probably want to code. In the future, there will be low-code or no-code solutions, wherein supposedly even the least technologically savvy user can actually do data analytics. That's at least discussed as the future of data analytics. But that's going to be quite a long time. So therefore, learning to code is still quite useful, especially with the most common programs or the most common programming languages. And then finally, one present item that's being talked about is centralized analytics, meaning you want to use a certain team to do the analytics for you. The future of that part is really in terms of libraries and data marketplaces. So in terms of libraries, what we mean is that instead of just one team doing the analytics themselves, you now have like maybe one team to do the libraries, meaning like mini programs that will allow you to analyze different types of codes and then release it to everyone. So everyone can now use these libraries. That's I think the concept of data libraries itself. Also, data marketplaces is going to become a thing. So instead of like data or analytics being centralized to one person, you're now going to have mini, I guess, microtransactions that are available for everyone to use. Like not everyone's gonna use, say, a data cleaner. Not everyone is gonna use like a natural language model or like a big data model. So what you're gonna do, or at least in the future, is you just release it in the marketplace, and then anyone who wants to, say, take advantage of that, they're gonna quote unquote buy that particular analytical tool. Of course, like in a corporate setting, it's probably gonna be like you're gonna have access to that particular tool. But that's at least what's in store for the future of that particular aspect. As we've said, even if we talked about the future of data analytics, just as important is the future of ethics in data analytics. We want to make this as front and center, just like the others. So, for example, if at present we're dealing with consent forms and different companies with their consent forms, in the future it's gonna be the customer-driven consent. The customer will define their own specific consent specifications. I consent to this, I do not consent to that. Maybe I release this kind of data, but not this kind of data. And then companies will have to deal with specific consent specifications. And then if right now you have credentials that are specific to the firm, if you think of like logins or cookies, the idea of the future is that you're going to have a digital ID. I guess the relevant analogy to us is if we remember the universal ID that's being launched. So instead of different organizations or agencies having different IDs, you're gonna rely on like one ID, of course, very well protected with all the necessary consent specifications in it as well. But then this digital ID is now unified. So with the physical ID as an analogy, that's how the digital ID concept would work as well. If in the present, since finance is a very big part of basically everyday transactions, currently if we have closed banking systems, the future is going to be open banking, or the future is going to be banking transactions to a point will be accessible in many platforms, will actually be usable in many companies. So think of think of the future wherein you have, say, your home account is like a BDO account, but then imagine you can also do a BPI transaction, or you can also do a Metrobank transaction. So that's the idea of open banking. Like you may have a starting point, but you now have access to multiple banking services, not just by one bank, but by multiple banks. If the present is currently about shotgun marketing typically is the term for when you see TV advertising, because the idea is that if you buy space, say for a 30-second commercial, you don't know who is actually seeing that 30-second commercial. It's imagine like firing a shotgun, and the blast will hit a lot of multiple parts, which you do not know which the actual part will be hit. So that's it. That's why it's called shotgun marketing. The future is gonna be hyper personalization. It's probably inevitable at this point. Wherein since you are defining customer specifications that are specific to you, since you have a digital ID and credentials, since you're gonna define your own preferences, it makes sense that the marketing itself will also evolve to like be hyper personal. So maybe some kind of product will be advertised to me. Another kind of common, similar but different kind of product will be offered to someone else. It's gonna be that hyper personalized. And other kinds of ethics considerations will. These are just a couple. Safety. When we talk about safety in terms of AI and model safety, what we're talking about is whether running certain algorithms actually produces safe results. Safe being expected, safe being all within the realm of possibilities, and you're not gonna get unexpected results. That if you try to search for model safety, I would also recommend people to look for model safety as well, or AI safety, because it's a burgeoning field wherein people are thinking of the implications of having more automated processes. AI, artificial intelligence, in this perspective, also applies. What's the implication to like everyday use? And are all applications really conducive to data modeling or data analytics? Is the essential point. And then, of course, all of the legality is gonna be like part of the future. Not just the ethics of it. You can think of being a data philosopher, and that will probably be a useful field as well. You're gonna be part of a lot of ethics councils for sure, but the legality as well would be important. So if you want to focus on law, that there's also a burgeoning field in terms of like the legality of how to use processed content, how to get initial content, and so on and so forth. As I said, each feature item is also a future career path. So I guess that leaves the question of where are you going to position yourself in terms of data analytics? My general answer is going to be that there are many ways to get involved in data analytics. So you can focus on a specific industry. If you want to focus on banking, you want to focus on like financial markets, you want to focus on manufacturing, agriculture, retail, you can go that route and then look at what data analytics tools you can use. You can also focus on a specific tool. For example, you want to focus on Python, you want to focus on data visualization like Tableau. That's also possible, and be like everyone can use your expertise in terms of how to in terms of that knowledge of a specific tool. You can focus on a specific emerging technology. As we discussed earlier, there are a lot of future career paths that are possible. And based on like the individual future points, you can focus on cloud programming or cloud computing. And you can also focus on real-time data collection. You can also focus on automated analytics. A lot of fields, you can focus on emerging technology. You're probably going to be one of the first ones in there. It's going to be high risk, but at the same time, it's going to be high return. That's also a possible career path. You can focus on important overall issues. You can be like an ethics, a data analytics ethics consultant. You can be a data analytics governance consultant. One thing that we haven't discussed at this point is the risk and control aspect, which again, from a corporate perspective, is a very big thing, a very important matter. Data analytics, again, if I have to stress this multiple times, I will. It does not live in an island. It does not. It's not independent of everything else, or it does not live in a vacuum. It lives alongside existing processes, existing stakeholders, and the governance part of it, or the risk and control part of it, will be also very important. So that's something that you might want to consider as well. And as I said, it's one consideration that you may want to take a look at is the CFA program. So I guess as a certain ad time, the CFA program on its own is actually specific to finance, or to, like, in this case, portfolio management, or like the financial markets. I would probably say though that even the first level of the CFA program, so long as you're interested to jump in the financial world space, I think level one, even the level one examination on its own would be useful. And since we're talking about data analytics, I'd also want to say that the CFA program has actually taken steps to move it closer to data analytics. Because, for example, there has been an evolution that was done in terms of the CFA program. There are now like practical skills modules that are a requirement in the CFA program. Prior to this, it was all lecture based, or I guess it's all self-learning based modules. You're gonna read books, for example, or you're gonna read articles on the foundations of finance. But nowadays, though, or at least the evolution of this program is that there are now practical skills modules, and one of them actually focuses specifically on Python. That's the reason that I have been mentioning Python multiple times, is that it seems that from at least a finance corporate perspective, the tool of choice for analytics has become Python. Perhaps it's because of the flexibility of the libraries in Python. Perhaps it's because of the ease of onboarding. Of course, you have to learn to code. That's a general consideration. But once you've passed that hurdle, it's the Python itself as a language is actually easier to take a look at or to consider. And then what's upcoming in the CFA program, or at least in the CFA Institute, is that there's going to be an upcoming data science certification. This is obviously geared towards investment professionals, or basically the finance world, but it's actually I'd probably say it's a good certification to get if you want to stay in the field of finance, but you don't want to focus specifically on like finance topics, but you want to focus on data analytics, say. This is a good certificate to get. More details will be upcoming, I guess, in terms of that particular item. But stay tuned, because this is a very promising certificate in terms of data analytics, and it might be useful for your purposes. And that's pretty much it. As a recap, we discussed what data is, what data analytics is. Ethics is a very big part. The data tools and the future of data analytics. I guess as a last word, for further reading, I did mention a lot of references. Later, I'm gonna send over the list of references because I'm not sure if I don't think I can share the presentation itself, but I can definitely share the references. But for further reading, I would recommend like these items. So, for example, YouTube is a very big source of further reading or further analytics. If we just want to learn more, YouTube is a very good place to do it. I'd recommend the computer file series, for example, on data analysis. It's a bit, I guess it's general and specific at the same time. It's general for most use cases, but it's also specific to like data applications is how I call it. You can search for it. It's a playlist of, I think it's around 10 videos, maybe like 5 minutes each. It should take you like an hour on average. Investopedia is also a good source, specifically for finance-related data analytics. In general, Investopedia is a good resource, but also its data analytics page is also a good resource. If you just search for Investopedia data analytics, it'll take you there. Of course, I recommend our own product. There is a handbook of artificial intelligence and big data applications in investments. I'll be sharing the link as well in the references. But as a homegrown, like of course, Bicol University has their own programs as well that may be related to data analytics. I'd also recommend like the Development Academy of the Philippines launched the Sparta program. I think maybe a couple of years ago or like multiple years ago. If you're just looking for a way to like brush up on data analytics and in a Philippine context, actually this is a good way to get it. Like if you're considering say Coursera, if you're considering open programs, the Open University of course is there. Another like viable tool maybe is like the government funded programs are also a good way. I've tried a couple of their programs. I think they're a good overview. Of course, if you're looking for specifics, you have to look elsewhere, in my opinion. But like as a general overview or like a refresher, if you want to relearn certain concepts, I think the Sparta program makes sense. So this is a good further reading that I would recommend. And then these are the references, and more or less, that's the end of my presentation.
Once again, thank you very much, Mr. Monzen Malyari. Let's give him a big round of virtual applause. Thank you very much, sir. And at this juncture, we are open for questions to be posted in our chat box for our question and answer portion. So please feel free to post your questions and we will have our open forum.
I guess I have a question first. So I did mention to I did mention that there are a lot of resources. I think it's also good to share to everyone. What are the resources of like the Open University that are related to data analytics? Would anything be on top of your mind? This is like a question to the moderators. Any questions from everyone?
For our 206 participants, any questions, please, you may post it in our chat box.
Okay. While we wait, is there a question?
Ano daw tabi ini?
Yeah, I guess
So I have
a question. Yes, please.
Yes, from one of our participants who sent me a message. How can big data analytics be leveraged to support sustainable development goals? And what are some real-world examples of successful implementations?
That's a good question. Well, so the idea of sustainable development goals really has to do with actionable items. I guess when we're talking about sustainable development goals, it has to do with like it has to do with health. It has to do with reducing climate risks, reducing basically reducing harmful gases that are released to the environment. And then there are questions, of course, of like gender equality, of like social action, like income inequality is also a very good aspect. Really, it's I'd probably say it's both a limitation and an opportunity for data analytics because, or I guess big data, in as the questioner mentioned. I'd start with the limitation first because the reality is what data analytics would provide you really are causes and possible action moves, or like possible ways to act. It will not actually, it will not cause the environment to change, or it will not cause gender equality to progress further. What will make that progress further are like stakeholders. And here's the, I guess here's the irony. The irony is that while data analytics is happening, while it's growing, and in fact there are multiple papers actually, or like multiple landmark studies that use data analytics. In fact, say the IPCC, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, uses heavy data analytics when it comes to providing their recommendations. So when they say that there is a high probability of the Earth warming 1.5 degrees Celsius, they did not say that out of thin air. Those are all based on statistical models. Those are all based on, again, if you look at the steps in transforming data, data collection, data preparation, data visualization, and analytics, all of them have been relevant to producing that 1.5 degree Celsius, basically like prediction, or like warning. However, it stays as a warning. The irony is that while while data analytics has grown, the action to implement the data analytics items are, well, iffy at best, because ultimately it's gonna have to be the stakeholders themselves who have to move. Like, even like, for example, just the IPCC, the recommendation has been given like since the 90s. It's quite an old, even the paper itself is like old as well. Action is like questionable. You have different lobbyists, you have different like stakeholders who have different opinions about it. You have countries which are, some countries which want to progress but slowly, other countries which claim that they are the countries which are like more concerned with growth rather than like sustainability. So it's a question of like, will the data analytics be applied, where will be acted upon? So I guess that's really the biggest example when it comes to like the development goals. It's like it allows for analysis. Ultimately, though, the action has to be done on the ground by the different stakeholders.
Thank you,
Hopefully that
sir.
answers the question. Yeah.
Another question from one of our participants. Good morning, sir. My question po is, which is better, data science or data analytics?
Yeah, that's a, I mean, I'd probably be honest and say that's a kind of a weird question to ask. It's kind of like, I guess, I don't know, it's kind of asking like, so just using a sports analogy, like, is who scores more, like LeBron James or the team of LeBron James? As I've mentioned a while ago, like data science is the bigger umbrella, and data analytics is really one of the subgroups of data analytics. So by design, if you say that data analytics is good, you're also saying that data science is good as well. But I can see the spirit of the question. I guess I'll answer it this way. Is it better to focus on a subgenre of like the entire process, which is data analytics? Or is it better to be more integrative and look at not just data analytics, but also statistics and machine learning? My answer really is going to be like, again, apologies for using the depends answer again, but really that's the answer. Like, it really depends on your use case. If you're thinking of a potential career path, for example, there are benefits to thinking of specific focus on data analytics, meaning just the programming part, just the building of the systems part. That's useful on its own. I'd say the con though is, you'll have, in order to stand out, you'll have to be very, very competent in that particular field. So you'll have to be very competent, say, in Python programming, or you have to be very competent in systems building. On the other hand, if you want to focus on an integrative approach, say data science, you can actually get away with having less knowledge in terms of, say, a specific tool or a specific aspect. So maybe you're not the best Python programmer, or maybe you're not the best systems analyst, or maybe you're not the best at visualization. What you have to be good at, though, is to integrate all of those different aspects, because not I guess the analogy is going to be like, do you want to focus on the forest or the trees? The typical quote is that someone is missing out the forest or the trees, meaning like you're too focused on the specifics in order to and you don't see the entire picture. But then I'd probably say that both are important, and if focusing on data analytics is focusing on the trees, the specific skill set, focusing on the forest is data science. You're focusing on the big picture, essentially. And you have to be good at focusing on the big picture. That will entail experience, essentially, doing a lot of science projects. Maybe focusing on small data analytics projects first, in a sense. So apologies for using the pens or like a 200 economist again, but that's really the answer.
Thank you, sir. Another question. I'm curious. I'm curious. How can this topic be useful in the conduct of an educational action research?
Thank you for that, because I felt like I haven't discussed a lot on the surveys or like the human-centered part of data analytics. Partly it's because of my experience, as my experience really has to do with like market data or like financial data primarily. I would say though that data analytics would be important in terms of educational action, in the sense that if you define a question, you're gonna have good insights into that question. So first of all, when we talk about, say, educational action, you'll have to define your question first. I guess in general terms, are you more concerned about lifting, say, for example, the general state of education of everyone? Are you more concerned about dealing with problem areas, meaning like, say, for example, it's the lower 10% of your population? Are you more concerned about like dealing with infrastructure? Are your libraries effective? Are your classrooms effective? Because once you define your question, everything else will follow. So take a specific example. Say you're concerned about a particular part of the cohort. For example, say the lower 10%. Then your steps will be defined based on that. Your data collection will have to include surveys of these lower 10%. What are their specific situations? I guess you're concerned with why they are lagging in the why are they lagging in terms of educational attainment, for example. You'll have to involve surveys. You'll have to involve, I guess, test scores. You'll have to involve like perhaps even demographic data would be important. And then you're gonna choose your model based on that. Perhaps you're gonna use data science models or big data models. If you're familiar with like clustering algorithms or like regression models, that would probably be what you're gonna use. And then ultimately, again, what the end result of it all will be a set of recommendations. Meaning, for example, maybe the factor that's most important in terms of this cohort, this lower 10% cohort, perhaps it's a health factor. Perhaps it's a poverty incidence factor. Maybe the commonality is that they all have fewer resources than most. Perhaps it's an access question as well. Perhaps it's a question of what the parents can provide, or maybe it's a question of what the what their experience is in terms of the classroom. Again, I do not have the answer, but what the process will give you is a set of recommendations. Which again, tying back to the previous question, they are all recommendations, and it has to be acted on by a stakeholder. Perhaps the data analytics part will allow them to be convinced of that. So again, the use case for the educational action arm is gonna be first define what your problem is gonna be, or what your problem statement is. Why is X, or why is this situation ongoing? And then everything else will follow from that. And then at the end, it'll give you a specific set of recommendations. It is up to the it is up to the stakeholders to act on these recommendations. Hopefully that answered your question.
Thank you, sir. Another question. Out of the 5 data processing steps you have mentioned, which do you consider to be the most critical or crucial?
Okay, I'm gonna show the 5 items again. I'll profess to being biased. I'm biased to a particular step in these 5. You may have heard of it already. I'm biased towards the 5th step, because personally, I'm really not as focused on. I guess if you can call it that, my career path isn't really like focused on a particular specialization. It's really more of an integrative kind of specialization. So I'm biased towards step 5. And there is a good reason to say that 5 is the most critical, because 1 to 4, truth be told, all of them will or can be ultimately replaced by automation. Data collection, preparation, visualization, analysis. Once you've set up like a certain automated process, especially when we're talking about the future of data analytics, all of them can be replaced by some kind of automated process. Of course, you're gonna have to maintain them and such, but the processes will evolve from being human-centered to being like machine-centered. I'd still say that number 5, since number 5 involves like your actual use cases, since number 5 involves considering what your stakeholders actually need, it's probably the most important of all 5. To me, at least, of all 5 steps, because it's the one that will provide the most, the brightest future in terms of let's call it like a career path, or let's call it like a even like on a solutions finding kind of perspective. If you have enough knowledge to take care of 1 to 4, or even to find people who know how to do 1 to 4, you can focus on the 5. You can focus on building the use case or the business case for a particular question. Again, I understand if anyone focuses on 1 to 4, because here's an alternative take. I'll provide an alternative take. I can say that 3 is also the most important of the 5. Why? It also has to do with like why we're creating data analytics in the first place. If we're gonna presume that the most powerful method of convincing another person is through visuals, or through presenting him with data that's already structured, you can actually say that you can stop at number 3, and that visualization itself will be important, showing the most important factor there in a chart. Why on a wide screen, for example, you see that on a line chart, it's evident that the line is going up. It's evident that the percentage or the ratio is the biggest of them all. Even if you look at history, it's probably going to be enough to convince a lot of stakeholders to act on it. So I can easily make a case for any of the other 4. Personally, I'd probably be biased towards 5. I guess that's my answer.
Thank you, sir. And are there any more questions from our participants? Going once? Twice? Okay, I guess that's a wrap already for our open forum, or the question and answer portion. Once again, sir, we would like to thank you. And on that note, we would like to award the Certificate of Commendation. The citation reads: Republic of the Philippines, Bicol University Open University, in cooperation with Bicol University Extension and Management Division, Legazpi City, Albay. The Certificate of Commendation is awarded to Monzen Carlo Malyari for extending his time, effort, knowledge, and expertise as a resource speaker, which contributed substantially to the success of the 3-day training entitled International Webinar on Organizations' Resiliency, Inclusivity, and Sustainability Towards ESG, held on April 18 to 20, 2023. Given this 20th day of April 2023 at Legazpi City, Albay, Bicol Region, Philippines. And we'll also give you, sir, a copy of this Certificate of Commendation. And we also like to take this opportunity to have a photo opportunity with you virtually. And we hope seeing you in person as well. So for our participants, please turn on your cameras.
Yeah, hope to see everyone as well in person whenever possible.
Okay, so we have 9 pages for our participants. Show us your beautiful faces as we have our photo opportunity. Okay, so at the count of 3, for the first page, 1, 2, 3, smile. Thank you. For our second page, 1, 2, 3, smile. Third page, 1, 2, 3. Okay, others are still opening their cameras. 1, 2, 3, smile. Fourth page. Fifth page. Hold your smiles. Okay. Second to the last page. And last one. All right, there we have it. Thank you very much once again to our participants. And we'll have a hearty lunch after this. Please be back on our afternoon sessions. We still have one more resource speaker. And once again, thank you for joining, especially to those participants across the country. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, mom.
Thank you, sir.
Bawat biyuin yung nandirito, taglay mo ang galing na sigurado. Kahit saan man mapunta, galing mo ay ipapamala. Ngunay kay tatak biyuin nyo.
Kahit subukin man ang panahon, sabay-sabay pa rin tayong aahon. Dahil kailan may hindi nawawala pagmamahal natin sa isa't isa.
Biyuin nyo, halina't sumabay sa tutugin ng ating tagumpay. Puso'y nagniningning ng biyuin ng magaling. Ikaw at ako, biyuin na tayo. Panahon, oras ay lumilipas. Galing ng biyuin nyo ay di kumukupas. Panahon, oras ay lumilipas. Galing ng biyuin nyo ay di kumukupas. Lahat susungit, lahat ay kakayanin.
Tulong-tulong abutin mga hangarin natin. Tayo'y handang matuto, kailan may hindi susuko. Sa galing ng pamumuno, tayo'y naging buo. Maan man ng maraming taon,
Tayo'y pinagtitibay ng panahon.
kahit tayo ay magkakaiba, ngunit tayo pa rin ay nagkakaisa.
Biyuin nyo, halina't sumabay sa tutugin ng ating tagumpay. Puso'y naglilingning ng biyuin yung magaling. Ikaw at ako, biyuin na tayo. Panahon, oras ay lumilipas. Galing ng biyuin nyo ay di kumukupas. Panahon, oras ay lumilipas. Galing ng biyuin nyo ay di kumukupas. Biyuin nyo, Orgulyo bigpula numindatak oragon sa inmandarhon. Daima padaog sa narok sa rabay. May paglaom sa gabos dahil man ang gadang tunay na utak. Na biyuin nyo, pag sinabing biyuin nyo magaling. Siguradong titingalain na mumutawi ang pag-ibig sa iyong puso pagkat ikaw ay isang tunay na biyuin nyo.
Ibang klase ang galing-galing ng biyuhin nyo. Kayang pagmalaki kahit kanino. Taas noo sa kabutihan ng iyong puso. Kahit saan man dalhin ng mundo.
Biyuin nyo, halina't sumabay sa tutugin ng ating tagumpay. Puso'y naglilingning ng biyuin ng magaling. Ikaw at ako, biyuin na tayo.
Good afternoon, everyone. Once again, welcome to the afternoon session of our international webinar on organizations' resiliency, inclusivity, and sustainability towards environment, social, and governance. Once again, welcome to our participants and guests. At this juncture, it's my privilege to present our second speaker for today's webinar. Our second speaker for today's webinar joined CFA Institute in 2021 as sustainability specialist. He has combined 13 years of experience in environment compliance, research, and sustainability to his role. Friends, it's an honor to present the Director of Institutional Partnership, APAC, none other than Mr. David von Eif. Sir?
All right, thank you. Thank you for the kind introduction. It's okay if I just share my screen? Let's give a quick share. So thank you for having me today. So as mentioned, I am currently the Director of Institutional Partnerships or Global Partnerships and Client Solutions, depending on how you want to call it, for the CFA. Prior to joining the CFA, my main work was with NGOs and in academia. And before that, I worked in the consulting industry. My main focus was economics, public policy, particularly around energy, water, and sustainability. So happy to answer questions as I go. Skip ahead here. So, let's skip ahead too quickly. Let me go back. So as we know, sustainable investing is critical to the sustainability of investing. The incorporation of sustainability in investment management is an important element in the industry's mission to serve society by improving long-term outcomes. And we know that the future of sustainability includes many unknowns. And in general, though, we want to advance kind of three tenets about where sustainability investing goes further than its forerunners. So sustainable investing should be considered as additive to the investment theory, and it doesn't mean that it's a rejection of foundational concepts. It developed kind of a deeper insight into how value will be created going forward using environmental, social, and governance considerations. It also expands the sphere of what we previously considered to be stakeholders. So in many ways, we're moving from sustainable investing as a good idea to a reality. And that has implications for all investment portfolios. And there's a growing recognition that some ESG factors are economically material, especially in the long term. And it's important to integrate these material factors into investment decisions. So the CFA recently released a report on this topic that I'll go over at some level. And in this paper, we really consider just a 5 to 10 year time horizon. And we broke it down into that structure of idea. So the influences, drivers, enablers, and actions. So influences on sustainable investing over time is about the journey of how we got here and how we outline potential scenarios for the future. Drivers relates to the changes firms are making to their businesses or to their business models and investment models. And enablers examines the importance of data quality and human talent. Finally, actions are summarized as a guide to help how we can put this into practice. So in this section, I'll describe how we got from kind of business as usual to where we're headed and the journey that we've been on. So this looks at accelerating demand for sustainable investing in scenarios in the future. And for those of you who might want to be an ESG leader in your institution, so maybe at the school, this section can be useful to share with colleagues who'd like to understand the history of the subject and key recent developments. So if we go into the timeline, you can really see there's 3 phases. So this first phase starts in 1970 with the first sustainable mutual fund, and it lasts for 35 years until 2006 when the UNPRI was launched. This also launched the era of ESG integration, and we begin to see more infrastructure being built upon this discipline. So I'm not sure if I'll go into too much detail about the different types of investing or not, but If you have any questions about that, feel free to ask after. But essentially, while this chart really starts in 1970, you can really bring this back almost 100 years to exclusionary principles. So some of the first real kind of ESG style investing was more driven by, say, like religious issues. So not wanting to invest in alcohol or firearms, etc. In terms of real kind of modern sustainable investing, that's the 1970 part. And then following the second phase, the Paris Agreement really kicks off the third phase because that launched a greater focus on climate. So in terms of when this third phase we think starts, we'd say it's about 2020. And 2020 was a year of kind of unprecedented disruption. And that brought about a significant acceleration in terms of how we understand sustainable investing and the greater recognition of the systemic challenges and the needs for greater resiliency. So in some of the papers we've done before, we've outlined scenarios for the future. And this is mostly focused on climate, energy, and social status. With climate, we want to recognize the reflexivity in investing. So namely the changes or the effects of climate change on investment portfolios and the effect of investment portfolios on climate change. So that's kind of a concept called double materiality. Social status focuses on the way the S of ESG has gained in prominence and has led to kind of an increased potential to be better measured and better evaluated. So responsible investment strategies, or some people call them just ESG strategies, incorporate a range of approaches and techniques intended to deliver specific outcomes. So there's more traditional strategies that often seek to reduce risk through focusing on companies with better E, S, or G practices. Other more specific ESG strategies may focus on different outcomes. So focusing on companies that are improving ESG practices can provide, say, better returns. From there, you might look at, say, ethical strategies, which focus specifically on reducing or avoiding investments in certain areas of ethical concerns. So this would be gambling, tobacco, but it may vary considerably depending on what kind of scope or exclusions you want to have and what your personal belief system is. You can have something like low carbon strategies. So those that seek to deliver low carbon emissions or carbon intensity through investments focused on companies with lower emissions, but not necessarily in companies that are directly contributing to decarbonization. So this is more in line with like sustainability themed strategies, which, as that name suggests, are focused on investing in companies that are in some way sustainable or aligned with sustainability objectives, such as the UN's 17 Sustainable Development Goals. Impact strategies provide intentional and measurable environmental or social outcomes. And that has historically been possible through direct or private investment, although the terminology is now being used a bit more widely in the mainstream through sustainability themed funds. So say like a water fund or some of the other ones. You also will see like fossil fuel free funds. And then finally, you'd have more engagement strategies. So these seek to achieve better ES and G outcomes through stewardship activities such as engagement with boards and management teams, or targeted voting. It's also important to note that these approaches are not mutually exclusive. So many ES&G or responsible investment products will contain two or more of these potential strategies. So sustainability themed strategy can also be ethical, but it may not be low carbon or high ES&G scoring. A strategy in which ESG outcomes are delivered via engagement may be most effective if invested in companies with poor sustainability or governance. Additionally, the way in which they are implemented will also result in significantly different portfolios. So approaches such as negative screening, positive screening, best in class, quantitative scoring will all produce different results. So you can point out that many of these approaches outlined should lead to different investments and different outcomes for investors. So a company like, say, MasterCard may have good ES&G practices and a high ESG score and be low on carbon just due to the nature of its industry, but it may not necessarily provide strong sustainability related outcomes as a result. A company like, say, Philip Morris, which is a tobacco company, may have strong or weak ESG practices, depending on who you ask, or even have a high ESG score, but it's unlikely to be considered ethical by many. Vice versa, companies like Tesla or Waste Management may provide strong contributions towards environmental outcomes, but won't necessarily have low carbon emissions or low waste relative to banks or technology companies, and may not score well on more traditional ESG metrics. And as we mentioned before, this has been a very disruptive time. So disruption can be an important and powerful catalyst for innovation. And the COVID-19 pandemic presents a great example. So the massive disruption to daily life has caused us to reassess sustainability in a much wider context. And we saw the public focus on the vulnerability of different populations, and that increase in consideration of systemic risk really highlighted the need for systems thinking approaches. The fragility of supply chains highlighted how deeply connected economic, environmental, and social systems are. For example, some say poor ESG practices are partly to blame for contributing to the pandemic, as say biodiversity losses and deforestation increase exposure to zootonic diseases. It's also highlighted income gaps and other types of inequalities, such as healthcare access. In general, we can say the COVID pandemic has encouraged a more holistic view of ESG. You can also look at more of a geopolitical lens. So in terms of more recent events, you have things like the deteriorating relationship between the US and China, which represents one of the more significant aspects for firms, given the significance of both countries in the global economy. So trade wars, sanctions, financial and geoeconomic measures in key industry sectors like technology, financial services, strategic commodities have all come to the forefront in recent years. And they show signs, very few signs of abating despite the change in administration. So in the Middle East, you have new tensions that kind of drive volatility along, that's kind of been long associated with the region. So the politics and fiscal arrangements of the Eurozone remain unsettled. You have things like Brexit tensions between the EU and the UK, between NATO and Russia, and that continues to generate potential political risk impacts for firms in Europe. Concern has also risen in recent years about domestic politics in the US. So you have emerging markets in the Asia, Africa, and Latin American region, characterized by political and socioeconomic challenges as well. So in other words, geopolitical risk has gone from kind of a peripheral concern to a core challenge across almost the entire global economy. And while this was somewhat apparent before 2020, the pandemic's long-term macroeconomic and fiscal impacts really exacerbate global political frictions. You can see things like the weaponization of gas during the Ukraine war, which was a wake-up call for the EU to kind of expedite the global transition to a more secure and cleaner energy future. So it makes clear that a successful development agenda requires inclusive partnerships at global, regional, national, and the local level. And the past has taught us that negative external shocks widen the sustainable financing gap. And that makes it even more important to mobilize private capital and allocate it through the capital markets to sustainable projects with positive income. So even before the Russian invasion, the world was not on track to achieve most of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. And unfortunately, many targets will be set back by the current geopolitical situation. So even more capital will be required in the future. So even though this conflict has somewhat revealed some flaws in ESG investing and future priorities, it's still a bit too early to tell if it will lead to more of a total rethinking in the long term. But more certainly, you can say mitigating and combating economic, environmental, and social consequences of negative external shocks requires the help of capital markets, and that has to be done in a sustainable manner. So you can take a look at this graph here. This is from a survey that the CFA conducted, which asked, of the following ESG areas do your organization take into account in your investment decisions or analysis? And we did this survey in 2017, and we did it again in 2020. I haven't gotten the new results yet from the next set, but that should come out this year or next year. So you can see in pretty much all areas, there has been an increase in consideration, particularly amongst environmental and social. Governance has been an area most companies already considered quite highly, but that also showed an increase. So you can see that in general, this is up about 73% just from just 3 years ago. So in APAC, the top 3 motivations for considering ESG investment factors are the ability to manage investment risks, the ability to respond to client demand, and to fulfill fiduciary duty. So managing investment risks is the top motivation for markets in APAC, particularly in Australia, which was 74%, in China, followed by Singapore. Both Hong Kong and Singapore also share the same top 2 motivations, which is to manage investment risks and to respond to client demand. And both markets also think that deriving positive reputational benefits for the firms is important as well. So other motivations include regulatory requirements. There's been a significant increase in regulation in just the last 10 years, and that is continuing, as we'll see later. And it's China's top 3rd motivation. And ESG performance is also considered a proxy for management quality in India. So that's their top 3rd motivation. Although ESG performance is less likely to be viewed as a proxy for management quality than it was in 2017, perhaps that indicates a shift towards ENS beyond just the governance aspect. And if we look at the strategies, negative exclusionary screening was previously the largest sustainable investing strategy, and it's only recently been outpaced by ESG integration. So between 2016 and 2020, ESG integration strategies saw an annual compound growth rate of 25%. So that's a 143% increase during this period. And while having a much smaller aggregate, sustainable themed investing grew by 63% per year. So that's 605% over the same period. So nonetheless, we're able to see some interesting variations regionally. So although Japan holds 8% of global sustainable investing assets, it accounts for a far greater share of global assets dedicated to corporate engagement and shareholder action. The United States holds the greatest proportion of global assets in sustainability themed investing, impact community investing, positive best in class investing, and ESG integration. Moving on to the drivers, we'll see in this section how investment organizations are adapting and expanding their business models and investment models to meet investor expectations for sustainable investing. You can think of this as a change in just general business models. And if you think about kind of our current or business as usual models, you think of value as occurring as kind of what's the best way to say this? So value outside the organization occurs by the organization generating profit. But as you move towards ESG kind of schools of thought, you look at shifting that view. So under the business as usual model, it tends to be a short-term outlook. So moving towards a long-term outlook, plus also making a lot of those external kind of impacts. So like our CSR activities, the corporate social responsibility activities, more inherent to the business, so more core, so they don't change as the economy shifts. So if we look at just some general changes, so business model look at the way that firms create value and competitive differentiation. So organizations need to understand external factors that influence climate demand and the impact of regulation. Sustainability should be reflected in the governance surrounding the development of new products and strategies, including client reporting, disclosures, and incentives. Future growth opportunities in the product space include ESG index tracking and quantitative funds, ESG thematic products, ESG multi-asset products, climate transition strategies, and better benchmarking. I think you guys talked a lot about data in the previous session, so you know how difficult that benchmarking can be. So if you dive more deeply into the client demand that we talked about, our investor survey found about 70% of retail investors have interest in ESG, which is nearly as high as the interest among institutional investors. However, only 19% of institutional investors and 10% of retail investors currently invest and products that incorporate ESG factors. So that represents a huge opportunity for the investment industry to deliver value. So in every market that we surveyed, a majority of investors have interest in ESG investing, and we found that it's growing. So retail investor interest has increased the most in the last 2 years in the United Kingdom, followed by Canada, Germany, Australia, and Hong Kong. Now, when we look at interest by age level, we see that the majority of investors at all ages now have some interest in ESG. Among retail investors aged 25 to 34, just 19% now use ESG strategies. But among 65 and older, only 3% use ESG strategies. So we call this the action gap across generations. You can see that it's been widening. However, in part because younger investors have now invested, the interest gap by age will also narrow over time. So you can see also one of the problems though is investors willing to give up return for a values-based objective varies significantly across markets. So while you see like institutional investors say 73% are willing to give up some return, only similar amount, but 67% of retail investors say they're willing to give up some return. But when you break that down by region, 91% of those are in India. But if you look at areas like Hong Kong, Japan, Canada, and the US, it's a significantly lower amount, 39%, 46%, and a little bit less than 60%. So that represents a challenge. So when you break it down by market, so this chart shows the use of ESG approaches taken by CFA Institute members. So negative screening, positive screening, and active ownership are the top 3 approaches in APAC, with negative screening remaining a leader. But it's notable that other categories such as risk factor premium investing, thematic investing, and full integration are also gaining popularity in the region. So negative screening is the most popular approach to ESG investing for most markets except for Japan. Japan, again, is the only market, even among the CFA members, that has put more emphasis on engagement and active ownership, showing that advance the market has made when compared to its counterparts in the region. So this represents some of the 6 types of different features that we have in our ESG standards as well. So the CFA also has their own ESG disclosure standard for investment products. I won't go into too much on that right now, actually. So moving to enablers. So in the enabler section, we want to look at how the operating models and people models of investment organizations facilitate growth. So data challenges are the first thing that our members will discuss when it comes to sustainability. I'm sure you've heard this earlier today as well, but without good data, we face the risk of greenwashing. And nearly 80% of CFA members surveyed said there's a need for standards that communicate clearly to clients, as the forthcoming standards do encourage. So ESG ratings have been an important data source, used widely about 2/3 of analysts and PMs. And in addition, more than 70% expect that ESG ratings will have a greater influence on a firm's cost of capital in the next 5 years. If we take a look at data and people, both of which are essential for sustainable investing, without good data, as I mentioned, we do face that risk of greenwashing. From the ESG ratings, again, I think you might have heard this before, but we know that there's not a lot of correlation between those ratings currently. And depending on who you ask, that can be a problem or it's not a problem. But the main problem, in my opinion, is that lack of transparency on how those ESG ratings are put together and kind of a lack of understanding about how they differ between the different agencies. So we know that a growing area for data is in climate. We found that about 33% of CFA members incorporate climate risk into their analysis. Data must be converted to information and understanding, and for that, firms need people with sustainability expertise. Close to half of the respondents of the survey felt optimistic about their firm's future commitment to research over the next, say, 5 to 10 years. On the people side, we used LinkedIn Talent Insights and found that the supply of expertise amongst investment roles is limited but growing. So of the 1 million profiles we examined, less than 1% listed ESG as an area of expertise. So that's less than 10,000 people, but it's increased 26% in the last year. So that's consistent with the strong interest in ESG that we've seen in the market and amongst retail and industrial investors. So technology is also a necessary foundation for competitive advantage in ESG analysis, with more data sources becoming available and more differentiation among data. Sustainability data often is contextual and subjective. So ESG success will hinge heavily on how well an organization's technology adapts to new sustainability data. So amongst the roundtable that we conducted, 71% of the participants saw the promise of alternative data to improve the robustness of sustainability analysis, and 43% expect sustainability to benefit from the application of artificial intelligence. We all know artificial intelligence has been a big topic over the last few months. It's hard. It's also worth noting that ESG analysis includes soft data as well as hard data. So soft data is data that are difficult to measure and express, which is a contrast with hard data, which is the more traditional form. So soft data generally comes from assessment, opinion, experience, or interpretation. It could also be through modeling. So that is relatively subjective and can have validity issues. There is considerable soft data in ESG areas that have very high materiality. So these areas are very important for analysis, but that again gives them validity issues, meaning they can be more contested. So data requires kind of two essential features: materiality, so it's the degree to which the precise form or measure reflects decision useful data about investment related questions. And validity is that degree to which an actual data point is an accurate representation of the measure in question. So validity can be, again, reduced by subjectivity and various problems of accuracy, timeliness, granularity, and transparency. So for example, you might be using an annual report or data that's inside a sustainability report, but it could be more than a year old by the time the data gets to you. So data must be converted to information understanding, and for that, firms need people with sustainability expertise. So again, on that people side, as we mentioned, there's just not a lot of people in the market who actually have that kind of knowledge, but the amount is growing, but so are the amount of positions that require that data. And we know there is no shortage of ESG information, and the critical need is to curate that information across investment teams and help change culture. So these skills need to be spread out across the firm. So among the investment professionals surveyed, the structure of ESG teams' responsibilities has varied. And that can be a problem. Just because someone's on an ESG team doesn't mean they're doing the same thing in every company. So it can lead to kind of misunderstandings of the role. So if you look in APAC, only 26% of respondents said their firms have dedicated ESG specialists, in which Japan and Singapore are the two markets that have the most, and Hong Kong is 34%. Nearly 1/3 consider ESG expertise something that portfolio managers must know and incorporate themselves. And more than 40% of investment firms do not have specialists because they're too small to justify the cost of an employee. The strategies don't require it, or they outsource much of their work. Also, they might just not have enough support throughout the organization. So although there's not like a one-size-fits-all approach, most participants agreed that it's ideal for the portfolio managers to learn more about the subject and to have some specialized resources available to teams for the technical aspect of analysis. It's also somewhat important for like communications teams to know about these topics so they can understand what's going on in the organization and communicate between external and internal stakeholders more easily. It's good to have the board involved at some level. So moving on to kind of that regulatory outlook, as I mentioned, the amount of regulation has been increasing significantly. And there were some new regulations that came out just yesterday. The ISSB has new regulation or new just kind of requirements coming out in June, for example. So if we just look at the kind of ecosystem, there's more than 125 ESG, SRI, sustainability regulations, principles, codes, standards, guides, reports, etc. And the policy and regulatory context of sustainable financing is becoming more and more complex to navigate. However, it's also a growing lever for differentiation and competition for issuers and investors. So if you look at just the EU, we can see that the EU has quite a regulatory roadmap. So one of the main things they're doing is the EU taxonomy. So if you're not familiar, the EU taxonomy for sustainable activities is a classification system that defines environmentally sustainable economic activities. So it's aimed at 6 environmental objectives: climate change mitigation, adaptation, sustainable use and protection of water and marine resources, transition to a circular economy, pollution prevention and control, and protection and restoration of biodiversity and ecosystems. It also sets out the conditions that an economic activity must fulfill in order to be considered environmentally sustainable. The most important of that is probably the do no substantial harm criteria. So it has to meet minimum social safeguards, and it has to do no harm to any of the other 5 taxonomy objectives. You have things like the European Green Bond Standards, which is a proposed voluntary standard to help scale up and raise the environmental ambitions of the green bond market, as set out in the European Action Plan for Financing Sustainable Growth and as part of the European Green Deal. The European Green Deal is a set of policy initiatives by the European Commission with the overarching aim of making the EU climate neutral by 2050. They made some changes to these targets, I think, today, to drive, I think, a 62% reduction by 2030. You have the non-financial reporting directive, that's the NFRD. So that's an EU regulation that came into force in 2014 and was implemented in 2017. It provides non-binding guidelines for companies on how to report environmental matters, social matters, treatment of employees, respect for human rights, anti-corruption and bribery, diversity on company boards. So that's going to be in terms of age, gender, educational, and professional background. In 2019, the EU released guidance also on climate-related disclosures. You have the Shareholders' Rights Directive, which is an EU law implemented in 2019 that has standards for the treatment of shareholders by European companies. There's a second one, the SRD2, that relates more to shareholder responsibilities than rights and covers mandates and stewardship obligations. You also have the Sustainable Finance Disclosure Regulations, SFDR, which is an EU legislation that imposes assessment and disclosure requirements for label products and advisors in the EU. So the technical guidance came out in 2021. And all sustainable funds, so financial products that have a sustainable finance investment as their objective, that will be what they call an Article 9, or which promote environmental or social characteristics, which are currently Article 8, are required to disclose the percentage of assets invested in activities eligible under the taxonomy. There's something like the eco-label system. So that's a consumer protection mindset that's kind of behind the EU framework for developing labeling for funds. So unlike the SFDR, this would apply to individual funds and not to the fund organization. It would also be wholly focused on the underlying assets within the fund. So the current draft of the criteria is fairly stringent and requires compliance with the taxonomies. The fund management industry is arguing that these are a bit too stringent criteria and could overly narrow the acceptable range of potential investments to a point where diversification will be very difficult. And we'll talk about that a bit more later as well. So it's kind of an understatement to say that defining these standards is in and of itself a challenge. And the need to ensure coherence between European texts, the necessity to provide useful information for users, have very different needs, is coupled with that necessity of limiting the burden and costs on reporting entities. So the level of granularity, the extent and relevance of the disclosure requirements are kind of at the core of discussions, especially amongst EFRAG, with a challenge for the EU to preserve kind of its ambitions while still delivering operational standards that can be widely endorsed, including at the international level. So you see a bit of that with, say, Europe and China. where they're trying to work on a common taxonomy, but there's still quite a lot of differences between their approaches, including the number of sectors covered, in particular around that do no harm criteria. There's also the parallel definition of sustainability related financial disclosure requirements by the International Sustainability Board. So it's the ISSB on the IFRS on sustainability, and say the US SEC. The Europe and US approaches are somewhat challenging to each other, somewhere between kind of complementary and competition. So the regulatory and therefore mandatory dimension of the European regulations remains kind of its strength to compensate for this kind of patchwork implementation. So if we look at this SFDR, so again, that's a EU legislation that imposes the assessment and disclosure requirements for labeled products. So all sustainable funds will have to follow this for that, anything that's in Article 9 or Article 8, and they have to disclose these activities. And the main thing that they have to disclose is what they call principal adverse impacts. So principal adverse impacts are kind of understood as impact of investment decisions and advice might cause, and that can contribute to or be linked to effects on sustainability factors that are negative, material, or likely to be material. So there's a requirement to disclose the these principal investors, but investors are grappling with a number of challenges, notably the requirement to disclose these PAIs. The key challenge is kind of the availability of data in relation to them. And so investors will need to rely on kind of bespoke information requests, bilateral engagements to kind of collect the data. And these can be time consuming and costly. And even once you have all the relevant data, inconsistencies and approaches to data collection, data quality, disclosure between different companies can create further hurdles when it comes to ensuring all the data is comparable. And you can see the timeline here, it goes up to about 2028 in terms of when these regulations will come into play. When it comes to the US, we still don't really have any major regulations of the SEC. That's still being discussed. The main focus there is on the incorporation of scope 3 data. So on bringing in that kind of supply chain emission and when, how much, who, and how burdensome should that information be. So if we look at some surveys by CBRE notes that close to half the investors in the US and Asia know the current environment would delay or postpone their ESG adoption. So this kind of regulatory uncertainty can be a problem. So meanwhile, Europe is leading the charge at the moment, with 81% of investors pledging to continue to adopt ESG criteria in all investment decisions, despite kind of changes in economic headwinds. And this might be just due to that more robust regulatory environment. So the US ESG implementation is still more affected by economic headwinds since there's less mandatory regulation. Another problem is half of US investors said they're unwilling to pay a price premium for ESG compliant assets, and none of them are willing to pay more than a 16% premium. So this is followed by Asia, where about 30% of investors were unwilling to pay a price premium. On the other hand, over a third of investors in Europe are willing to pay premiums for ESG friendly assets, and half of them are willing to pay more than a 20% premium. Having said that, paying premiums for ESG friendly assets was only the 4th most popular strategy for implementation in Europe. The top 3 preferred methods are upgrading existing assets for green certification, consulting existing rating parties, and assessing the green kind of qualities of an asset, or for real estate as well. So where is all of this going? So a lot of this gets into adaptation finance. So in 2023, sustainable initiatives are being tested by kind of persistent inflation and economic uncertainty. But despite these headwinds, it's clear that the sustainable debt market will help advance sustainability goals. For example, you can look back to COP27 and the setting up of a loss and damage fund as a good first step. So that's kind of an unprecedented level of cooperation and solidarity that is now required to unleash the fund's potential. The EU has really taken a leadership position in creating the fund, but now it has to be operationalized and made viable. This could be made challenging because that requires political momentum, and that political momentum has definitely slowed by the end of 2022. But importantly, the private sector continues to push ahead even where the public sector has not. And that has helped close some of the gap between kind of the ambitions that global leaders have laid out and the corporate readiness for transition. But at COP27, countries definitely made progress on establishing a framework for the global goal on adaptation. So that was established under the Paris Agreement, so that the global goals on adaptation aims to create an adaptation equivalent of the global mitigation goal of limiting the temperature rise to that 1.5 degrees C. So there's a series of workshops under the Glasgow Work Program that aim to kind of pave the way for transition in 2028, for COP 2028 that will occur in Dubai. There are still a lot of challenges in this area. For example, one problem is the lack of a definition of transition. So what the EU methodology considers to be a transition activity may or may not be a transition activity in an emerging market. Some of that gets into context. So certain technologies in a developed country may not have the same impact in a developing country. So they might be more of a transition aspect there. There's also kind of that lack of what they call bankable projects. So while there is a significant amount of capital available for transition products, because the definition of transition is not very settled, there's not a lot of products or projects as well that are ready to invest in. That leads to a problem of having a low cost of capital, but also a low return on capital, which discourages investment. There's also kind of a lack of understanding of context in a lot of areas. So highlights the need and kind of the lack of, at the moment, partnerships between local and international providers that needs to come into existence. So hopefully over the next few years, these things will be settled and we can move more money through transition finance. If you think about what will actually have a good impact, being able to lower carbon emissions by investing in more carbon-intensive industries might have more of an impact. There's also kind of this increasing focus on biodiversity and political will. I'm not sure if you guys would have seen this graph before. So this graph comes from Stockholm, and it looks at planetary boundaries. And you can see by these colored bars which ones they believe have been exceeded. So this graph here is from 2015. And only about 3 of them have been really fully exceeded, while 2 of them are kind of like at that boundary. If we move it to most recently, so in January 2022 and April 2022, separate scientific reports looked at these boundaries again and found that humanity has exceeded planetary boundaries related to environmental pollutants and other novel entities, including plastic. So this gets into that microplastics problem, if you're familiar with that. So in that context, the role of natural capital and wider biodiversity threats becomes more central. So climate threats are symptomatic of the structural and growing tension between escalating demand from larger, wealthier, and hungrier global populations and the world's finite resources to support that population. So today we use resources equivalent to those provided by 1.7 Earths every year. So that pushes us further into a natural capital deficit and intensifies the threats that degrade global economic systems. So climate threats or climate change and associated topics such as water scarcity, biodiversity loss are likely to dominate these stakeholder discussions with longer term. So there's that longer term climate goals that need to potentially be reevaluated to address those near term urgencies. There's also the durability of sustainable employment practices. Those have been more implemented in recent years in response to significant shifts in workforce expectations, and those will be challenged by recessionary risks in many markets. So meanwhile, new human rights regulations will introduce additional requirements for company supply chain management at a human level. A cost of living crisis has come up in many countries, and while the most acute pressures might abate by the end of the year, poverty is a threat that also requires continuous monitoring. Few governments have the fiscal capacity to absorb shortfalls in household budgets, and social stresses could therefore intensify. You could see greater pressure on political systems, and that could undermine, say, investors' faith that political leadership will clearly define priorities, and that pushes responsibility from kind of the government level to companies and investors like ourselves. One other change I wanted to point out on this map is if you look at the top right on the one on the left, sorry, on the one on the right, that's for freshwater change. And that is a bit of a difference between how it was looked at in the 2015 model. So it's on the bottom left, on the left-hand one. So they had, in 2015, they really didn't study freshwater very well. So in the 2022 study, they broke freshwater into what they call blue water and green water. So just in case those are terms you have not heard before, blue water is kind of the water that's available for drinking. And then green water would be the water that's absorbed in nature. So the water required for agriculture and for sustaining forests. So the fact that the green water is considered overburdened is an issue in terms of, say, the application of forestry projects for carbon sequestration or for certain kinds of farming techniques. We've also seen kind of this continuing increase in net zero commitments. So the market for carbon credits will continue to evolve throughout the next few years, especially this year. So there's a coalition for voluntary carbon markets that have moved towards better regulation and standards for carbon credits. And there's this kind of continuing search for high quality carbon credits, including those based on marine natural capital. So that would be blue carbon. That would be things like seagrasses, mangroves, and tidal marshes. And that will most likely accelerate. You'll see more look at results-based climate finance, as presented by the World Bank and others, as an effective method to drive finance into projects that could generate these kinds of credits. So we'll be continuing to watch whether climate focus boards help emission-intensive companies stand up to scrutiny. So collaboration will also be needed to accelerate the building of circular economies. So 2023 and beyond will be crucial in building on the agreements by 175 countries in 2022 to establish legally binding treaty to end plastic pollution. The Intergovernmental Negotiating Committee will hold workshops over the course of 2023 with the aims of adopting that treaty in 2024. So the EU taxonomy on sustainable activities will start to include circular economy starting from January of this year. And that accelerates the incorporation of circularity in the investment community's scrutiny of corporate activities. There's also a significant scrutiny on these net zero plans themselves. So there's a lot of non-governmental organizations that do deep dives into companies' net zero plans and look at what's been pledged versus what they can actually achieve or what they've kind of budgeted to achieve. And there's still quite a gap in there as well. So there's also, as I mentioned a little bit earlier, this focus on scope 3 emissions. So one of the main challenges of net zero is the reduction of what they call scope 3, and that's indirect emissions by suppliers or consumers within the organization's value chain. So in order to succeed in this area, solutions need more investment, they need more buy-in, and they need more relationship building. So many countries already require companies to report on their scope 1 and 2 emissions, that TCFD aligned reporting. But recent climate disclosure rules from the SEC have recommended scope 3 may also become mandatory. The UK has already brought in a law to make climate-related financial disclosures mandatory for larger companies, and as a result, many more may follow suit. So increased awareness of the requirements and benefits of scope 3 will accelerate the adoption of goals and initiatives in 2023 as companies focus on supply chain partners and how their products and services are used by customers. So scope 3 typically accounts for the vast majority of emissions. So reducing those that companies have direct control over can only go so far in reaching net zero. You can see for things like banks or technological companies, the vast majority is somewhere in the scope 3 in that product lifecycle. There's also been a bit of a discussion over what some people call scope 4, or what we call avoided emissions. So the concept within this category is to report on the emissions saved through the use of a particular product. So examples include cold water washing tablets or fuel efficient tires, which both reduce emissions from using a product that they're paired with. So for now, this scope falls outside current agreed greenhouse gas reporting protocols, so it's rarely reported on. But this also goes back to that transition finance challenge where traditional metrics don't suit transition finance very well. So looking at the avoided carbon of a investment may become very important. So you can say, like, what's the carbon avoided of investing in a power plant by switching it from coal to natural gas or to renewable? And I think we touched on it slightly, but more resources will be devoted to managing human rights impacts in supply chains amid new sustainability regulations as well. So in 2023, companies are going to be pressed to invest more resources into managing the resilience and sustainability of their supply chains in the face of these kind of very rigorous regulatory landscapes that govern corporate responsibility and the impact on human rights. So one such law that already has come into existence, came into effect January this year as well, is the German Supply Chain Due Diligence Act. And it requires companies to conduct human rights and environmental due diligence to identify risks, remedy issues, and establish grievance mechanisms, amongst many other requirements. So in 2022, the US stepped up the enforcement of laws aimed at restricting imports of goods believed to be made in whole or part with, say, forced labor. Regulatory trends point to kind of a hardening of what were largely voluntary frameworks for how companies manage human rights in their upstream operations. So as a result, more companies, particularly those in industries with the greatest exposure to working condition risks, will face greater costs associated with systems and capacities needed to comply with new requirements. So in addition to more substantial legal, operational, and reputational financial consequences, companies may need to kind of consider costs associated with adapting their sourcing materials and managing higher input and production prices. So this would probably have the highest impact in areas like textiles, mining, so natural resources, raw material kind of areas. And since the first major launch of green bonds in 2007, there have been kind of a rapid upward trajectory. So they've gone from a total issuance of 37 billion in 2014 to 578 billion in 2021. And this growth represents a broader enthusiasm for green, social, and sustainability, or GSS plus bonds, which accounted for 1.7% of the global USD $1 trillion bond market. So despite a collective interest, green bonds specifically have continued to hold that kind of pole position, making up roughly 60% of the total issuance value of GSS plus bonds each year. And despite inflationary pressures, the supply of green bonds only decreased by about 1% during their first half of 2022 compared with 2021. So investors may also be weighing kind of the credibility of green bonds and specifically the greenness of the activities that they're funding. So there's a couple of different standards that are out there, but without widely adopted standardized frameworks, issuers have had some flexibility in the labeling of their bonds. So between 2021 and 2022, of the more than 600 bonds that were assessed, approximately 1 in 5 fell short of explicit green bond criteria, with some even going so far as to fund, say, fossil fuel generation or transmission. So investor skepticism may be soothed by developments that include the proposed EU green bond standards, but until these types of standards are significantly in place, companies have to work harder against the perception that they're using greenish bonds with potentially questionable practice and yields. Some of this does come from companies wanting to use green bond versus a transition bond or different standards. You can look at different rating companies as well. So I think if you look at, say, Fitch Ratings, they do their own rating of bonds and relabel them themselves. And they found many of their transition bonds actually qualify as green bonds. So there's still not very good standardization in this space. And for much of the past decade, ESG-oriented funds have operated with fairly limited regulatory guidance in terms of mandatory regulation, but that looks to be somewhat rapidly changing. So regulatory interest in fund names and funds classification and disclosure obligations are ramping up globally. So as I mentioned before, this is very much spearheaded by the European SFDR, which imposes those major requirements on the major market regulator, and other major market regulators are following suit as a result. So Australia, Hong Kong, and Singapore have provided guidance to standardize disclosure on the integration of ESG factors in their investment selection process. Regulators in the EU and Canada have gone further by seeking to classify sustainable funds with more extensive ESG integration requiring more disclosure. The US has taken somewhat more tentative steps with a similar but not directly comparable proposal, a significant move for the US. So that represents 60% of global fund investment. So if these proposals take effect, they could see about 3.6 trillion US dollars of sustainable investment. So that's 8% of global fund assets subject to oversight. For investors, that could mean better informed decisions, but it could also lead to the emergence of a multitude of disconnected regional standards for fund classification. So that could create a challenge for investors that are looking to, say, do a common pursuit across different countries. And despite these efforts to create common reporting standards, differences still persist. So regulatory misalignment on climate targets could mean that critical data gaps remain, leading to kind of a continued difficulty in assessing and comparing corporate pledges. So just looking at kind of the three main regulations, so we found that the European Sustainable Reporting Standards proposed by EFRAG are the most detailed, asking companies to report fully on 11 of the 12 areas. All three frameworks require the disclosure of basic target information, such as target year and type, so absolute or intensity-based targets. So, how much carbon are you emitting in either absolute or in some form of intensity metric, like per kilowatt hour or per automotive produced. However, neither the ISSB or the SEC ask companies to report fully or on more detailed measures, such as whether or not their targets align with science-based criteria. So I'm not sure if you guys have talked about like SBTI before. Only one of the three standards ask companies to specify the coverage of the subject to the target, so coverage ratio or the scope. And when it comes to expressing the percentage change from baseline, regulators have left space for companies to not disclose. And while some advances have been made towards this consistency, it clearly remains a work in progress. So we've made a lot of progress, but there's still quite a lot to do. So I think that will be the end for the presentation, so I can leave time for questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. David. At this moment, we are encouraging the participants to please post your questions in our chat box. Please feel free to speak your mind for any questions regarding the topics discussed.
Yep.
Thank you.
Feel free to ask any questions on terminology, etc. as well.
I guess some participants are still trying to compose their questions.
No problem.
I think I'll go first, sir. When it comes to one of your discussion tackles about the greenwashing, and I do believe, as you've mentioned, it's some sort of strategy of the companies and other organizations. Are there any disadvantages or some sort of other options that companies could do aside from greenwashing?
So greenwashing is one of the bigger challenges in the market. You want to avoid greenwashing as much as possible, because greenwashing is essentially misleading your customers, right? And in the early days of a lot of ESG funds, people just very simply renamed funds. So you would see quite a lot of funds have like ESG equity or emerging market ESG leaders. But if you looked at their constituents, they weren't any different than the other offerings. They didn't actually do anything. So this has become a much more regulated topic because of that. So in terms of definitions, there's been that kind of push from two sides. One is from the regulator side to make sure that definitions are met. Like saying, if your fund says it's a water fund, 80% of the funds have to go towards water supply. There's still some work to be done. Like I mentioned, they found 1 in 5 bonds didn't meet those standards. So there's still some issues on compliance there. But there's also that push from consumers to do better. So as the market gets smarter, they're asking better questions and they're asking for better products. Where a lot of the challenge comes in is in definitions. So for example, if you're going to build a natural gas plant and you want to fund that with green funding, would that be green or not? And in some places, it might be a green product. So if you're going to build like a natural gas plant in India, that might meet the definition of green because you're going to be significantly cleaner than the current technology. But in some taxonomies, that would be allowable, some it wouldn't. So there's still a lot of work to be done in terms of standardization, but also this clarification amongst different markets and in different contexts is what can be considered green, what kind of transition plans are required, et cetera.
Thank you, sir. Another question from our participants. What are some key ways in which sustainable investing differs from traditional investment approaches, and how can incorporating ESG factors into investment decisions help improve long-term outcomes for investors?
Sure. So I'll try to answer that in a simple way. So at its base, they should be similar. So ESG investing should be additive to traditional approaches. So you're not going to discount what you used to do. You're going to add on kind of new risk management procedures. So you're going to take into account climate change. You're going to take into account social aspects that you didn't previously consider as risks before. So the way in which that will kind of help mitigate risk for investors is you're now going to look at a wider share of stakeholders. So you're going to consider like what's more material for your company in a different way. So, are you going to look at, say, single materiality, or are you going to expand it to a double materiality approach and look at your effect back on the world and consider that shareholder representation? Are you going to worry, consider flooding in areas? Are you going to price that in better? So you're going to account for more of the risks that are occurring. And by managing those risks properly, you'll be investing in more in ways that consider the long term. Hopefully that addresses that somewhat.
Thank you very much, sir. Okay, other questions from our participants here in Zoom? So we have a question. What would be the biggest challenge to consider on building public and political will for climate change action?
So that's kind of a difficult question because it somewhat matters on the local context. So for example, I was at a transition finance conference last week where we had a panel in the morning that was given by a speaker who was the head of a bank in Japan. And they have a very specific approach to sustainable investing that they're trying to do. And it's very much focused on environment. So for them, they consider E separate from the S and the G, and that lets them focus on just the E. And they get the political will through just a very different cultural context. So people will work towards the goal of managing that hazard. There was a speaker in the afternoon, however, who had a very different view. And for him, E, S, and G were inseparable. And in a way, they're both right. Is it will depend on your local context, and that will be the challenge in building political will and consensus. So in his market, E, S, and G are inseparable because he still has to worry about poverty alleviation. He has to worry about job creation, transition of his markets. So building political will requires significant engagement with all your stakeholders and showing you have a clear transition plan that involves them all. So for example, a big challenge for something like India would be transitioning out of coal because a significant portion of their workforce is in coal. So transitioning out of that would risk quite a lot of jobs, which doesn't give you a good taste as a politician. You don't want to destroy jobs. So making sure that you're creating the necessary structure as well. So what's the framework that needs to go around your transition in terms of supporting retraining, supporting poverty alleviation, making sure you can continue economic growth while also being sustainable. But those challenges will differ significantly from country to country.
Hello, sorry for that. I think I had a bit of internet connectivity issue, but thank you very much, Sir David, for that. Other questions from the participants? Going once, twice. Okay, I guess that's a wrap for our question and answer. Thank you very much, sir, for your time. And we deeply appreciate your effort being with us here today for our webinar. On that note, we would like to present the certificate of commendation.
Thank you. My pleasure to be here, and thank you for having me.
Thank you, sir. The citation reads Republic of the Philippines, Bicol University, Open University, Bicol University Extension and Management Division, Legazpi City, Albay. Certificate of Commendation. This certificate is awarded to David Von Ife for extending his time, effort, knowledge, and expertise as a resource speaker, which contributed substantially to the success of the 3-day training entitled International Webinar on Organizations' Resiliency, Inclusivity, and Sustainability Towards ESG, held on April 18 to 20, 2023, given this 20th day of April 2023 at Legazpi City, Albay, Bicol Region, Philippines, signed by Jose Carlo B. Lavapié, Ramses M. Lorino, Rowena F. Zoilo, and Dr. Baby Boy Benjamin D. Nebres. Thank you so much, Sir David. And we would also like to take this opportunity to have a virtual photo with you. Kindly requesting the participants to please turn on their cameras for a photo opportunity with Mr. David. Okay, so we have 8 pages. Please hold your smiles so we can capture everyone. Okay, so going with the first page. Hold your smiles, everyone. 1, 2, 3, smile. Thank you. Second page. Okay, please hold your smiles. Thank you. For the third page. Okay, for the fourth page, we're halfway there. Fifth page. Okay, second to the last, and the last page. Okay, thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, Sir David, for your time once again, and we hope seeing you personally.
Yes, next time. And if anyone has any questions afterwards, feel free to email over as well.
Thank you, sir.
Bye-bye.
Thank you very much. Before we go, please don't drop yet the call. Please don't leave yet the Zoom meeting for our participants. At this juncture, I would like to call on the overall chairman of the working committee, who is very much dedicated and hands-on to the team, the ever-active BUOUSC PIO, and one of the students of MLGM, Mr. Mamerto Rojas Jr. Sir, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Most especially to our very conversant global resource speakers for today's session, Mr. Monsen Malyari, CFA, for discussing data analytics, the science of analyzing raw data to make conclusions about the information, highlighting the challenges, considerations, and opportunities. Same with Mr. David Von-Eyck, who tackled trends in sustainable investing, as well as to our dear speakers from our previous sessions who happened to fish through my golfing buddies and SGV friends. It's truly great pleasure to have you and be part of our post-studies journey. At first, I was hesitant to accept this task as I was assigned to lead the committee of this international webinar, considering of being a neophyte at Open University. But with words of encouragement, well, I do not know if they mean it or they were just fooling me around. Kidding aside, I was flattered, and so I accepted the challenge. And of course, I would have not pulled this out without the help of my new friends at BUOU, namely Shoni Cos, Aaron Monte Alegre, our Ways and Means, Gemma Naz, our Assistant Project Chair, and the BUOU Student Council family headed by Pres Joel and Vice Grego Meliana, who serve as my angels. A special thanks to the Bicol University officials headed by President Baby Boy Benjamin Nebres III, the BU EMD, the BUOU Management Group, the BUOU faculty who put their trust and never doubted my leadership, Dr. Ramonte De Leon, Dr. Miles Agonos, Prof. JC Labake, headed by our supportive Dean, Dr. Rameses Lorino. Finally, a huge, a huge thanks to our dear participants for your active participation, especially in the open forum, which made this webinar all the more insightful. On behalf of the team, once again, a huge thanks to everyone.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Sir Mertz. Once again, let's give him a round of applause along with the working committee of this successful international webinar. For a while, our technical team will be flashing the QR codes. For those participants who are asking for a registration link, the QR code will serve as our attendance and as well our evaluation for this webinar. We would also like to remind each participants to please complete the attendance and evaluation link for the first and the second day previous webinars for us to give you the certificate of participation for the said webinars. And also thank you for posting the link of the attendance and evaluation, just in case you are having trouble scanning the QR code flashed on the screen. Also, please give us time for us to distribute the certificates for our participants. It's about 1 to 2 weeks. We will email you your certificates. And once again, an announcement, we have a free webinar this coming April 29 regarding the leadership and educational technology in an outcome-based and inclusive education on April 29, 2023. And that's on 8 a.m. We would also like to thank our interns, the part of the technical committee for assisting us, for giving us your time and effort. We would like to thank Sir Ivan Aldous Villafuerte and John Ray Lumita Pruman. Thank you very much for this active interns that we have in Bicol University, Open University. Once again, thank you very much from the bottom of our hearts. Thank you for your time, effort, and dedication for attending our 3-day webinar. Thank you very much once again. This is your host, Damachan Fensei Overo. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you so much, Ma'am Dom.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Next webinar, information, ma'am, from India, Sonu Kumar, journalist.
you.